I think if I open Steam right now, it will break my controller. That's normally what happens. So let's wait before we do that. All right, let's just quick sanity check. Where are we up to? How are we doing? I was working on this last night, fine tuning some things. Yeah, swimming and diving was really quick to get off the ground. If that's the right way to say it. Onto the water. Um, but the tuning has been. Yeah, I also need to figure out what I'm doing with that stamina bar. Am I incorporating stamina? Right, we haven't done the lake yet, so we have to... Oh yeah, also I made a water effect on the clothing. So if you look at the clothing, this is meant to be when she's wet and she is dripping water. We can fade this effect up and down after she's been submerged or rained on. It's not perfect, but it's the best I could. It's the best I could get for now. Just to kind of give the appearance of water rolling off her. Alright, so most of this is good now. So we have transitions from, we can splash around in the water. The reason the debug.txt changed is because we've now entered our swimming script. But swimming is also in control when we're paddling in the water because we have to measure the depth of the water. Oh yeah, she's still doing that though. That's kind of strange. Can we fix that? She's changing from state 0 to 1 very rapidly. Sure why she's doing that, actually. Oh, that would be this. Okay, so what we really want to do... What we really want to do is turn the swimming animation off rather than just take it to 1, because 1 is just the assumption that she's walking, but she isn't necessarily walking because we can stand still in the water at the shallow water. Right? Go ahead, what the hell? So if we ask, is the swim state currently swimming? This one is swim, this one is idle in the water, I think. Yeah, I think 12 is swimming. Put them on here, didn't I? Oh, that's not player info. I thought it was player info. It's player info. Twelve is swim. So if state is 12, then we should go ahead and set it to walking. Now the good news is we don't have to... Why doesn't it like that? No overload. Oh, right, yeah, okay, it's going to return a value. So if I say state equals 12, I would imagine. Yeah, okay. I see. So it takes two values going in, but only returns one value. That makes sense. Um, yeah, because the normal animation state controller will turn it from 1 to 0 depending on whether we're moving or not. It's mainly just to disable swimming. It's for when we're going in and out of the shallow end, basically. We need to tell the animator to come in and out of swim states. I'm wondering if we should do something similarly here. We say if speed is greater than 0.5. Yeah, okay. Basically, when we're in deep water, if our speed is greater than half a movement, then we play the swim animation. Otherwise, we play the idle animation in water. This is only happening in water anyway. We don't see state flickering in water. So that should fix that, I think. That should fix that, I think. Okay. All right. Okay, so we enter our swimming script. I also need to turn this bloom down. Like, that fucking bloom is so crazy at times. I can't see shit. Okay. We'll worry about that in a sec. I don't know how many times I've battled that. Yeah, so we can go for a little splodge in the water if we want to. And it will measure the depth of the water, and basically if it gets past her waist, top of her shorts, she'll go into swim. There you go. Okay, we can swim sprint, swim faster. You'll notice the stamina bar does drain right now, but it doesn't do anything other than visually go down. Because I don't know whether I want to incorporate it yet. I'm not sure. We can dive down. Yeah. I've now made it so that we can't go through the geometry, because before we were going through the geometry. So there you go. That's as low as she'll go. I mean, technically, her legs are in the ground right now. I don't know what I want to do about that. Yeah, she's getting a bit confused now. She's actually stuck in the ground. Yeah, okay, I might want to work on that a bit more. Yeah, she can get way too close to that ground. Okay, she can get way too close to the ground. So we need a bigger buffer between the ground and her. And I also need a bit more pushback, I think, on it. Because the ground can be curving and going up while she's not moving, and as she moves forward, she only gets 1 unit of pushback. And if the ground is adding to more than 1 unit of pushback, then she can still find herself kind of underneath the geometry. Like somewhere like here where it gets quite steep suddenly, it's probably going to cause an issue. Actually, oh, there we go. Yeah, I also did that. That was causing all kinds of problems last night. So if I was in dive mode, and because it's easier to be in dive mode and not realize that you're coming up to the shore. And if I was in dive mode and came up to the shore, she got really confused. She just went straight through the map. So I did all kinds of tweaks to get that to do that. So now it recognizes when that's happening, and it's got like a little safety barrier, and she'll get pushed back up. Basically, a dive factor gets reset, so she comes back to ground level, and then she also goes through her transition states of, oh, guess what? You know, we're in the water's shallow enough that we can stand up now. So that seems to all be working pretty good. One thing I haven't done yet, there's two things, well, there's a few things I haven't done. I want to make it so that when she dives, when she's up and down, diving, I want a rotation for her. Also, it looks kind of strange if we're not moving and we go up and down. At the moment, she just kind of sits there. Also, that idle, I think that idle's too low. Under the water. In fact, I might even want to bring it up a bit. See, the reason we do that is because of her. If you look at where her point of rotation is, well, her point of rotation is actually at a hip. So what was happening is, as she was at the right level there, and we rotated her at a hip, she was stuck way out in the water when she was supposed to be idling in the water. So we push her back down gradually to bring it to this level, which looks good on the surface, on the water, on the surface of the water. But when we dive down, I think she sinks down too low, because not only is she kind of sitting outside of camera view a little bit too much, but obviously it also causes a bit of a problem if we go down to the seabed and then we let her stand up. Oops, her feet go into the ground. Okay, let's fix that. Let's fix that. So that would be... No, that's for the camera. We no longer use dead zone. Dead zone, we didn't need that dead zone. That is... Okay, it's... Okay, I think it's transition Y. No, it's these, it's these, it's these. Okay, it's Y float, Y swim. So this is her height when she's swimming on the surface. Then she gets pushed down that much when she idles in the water, so that she lines up with the surface of the water. However, I think I want to disable that when she's diving down. So, float. Where did I put it? Let me just search for it. We don't need that anymore. If floating transition Y is greater than Y float, then transition Y equals transition Y minus 0.2. So we reduce transition Y. Yeah, transition Y is the active control, and Y float is the cap, basically the clamp value that we are transitioning to. So I think I just want to say, and dive factor is greater than, let's only do it, wait, less than 1. Let's only do it when we're less than 1 depth down in the water. Let's see how that feels. Okay, so she's idling correctly on the surface. I didn't see her. Okay, that was quite good actually, because I think it's there. You can kind of feel, see where the camera kind of dips. Yeah, that's where it's happening. Yeah, it's actually not too bad. I thought that would look a bit too jerky, but it's actually not too bad. And I think it's because the follow cam has quite a nice dampening on it. So we can kind of cheat like that, and it doesn't look too bad. Okay, so we go down to the seabed. Idle. There we go. Oh, she's getting confused now. Okay, she's still getting trapped in the seabed. That was probably because of the way it slopes. Yeah, that was another thing I was going to do. Yeah, you can see her there getting confused. She's getting confused because I think it's if she's facing a slope. That's because of these values here. Right, hang on. So we handled that with ground height. If dive factor is less than 0.8f, then swimming becomes false. No, it's not that. It's not that. It's here. So if holding square, which is used to dive down, and if ground height is greater than 0.8f, then we increase the dive factor. Else, we push back by half the unit of what we would normally dive factor. And this is the issue. Also, I think we need more of a margin on that. So I would say ground height greater than... Let's try 0.9. And let's try equal pushback. Actually, let's give it a little bit more pushback than what the dive factor would be. Because if we push back at an equal amount, and the player's moving forward but they're not diving down, and there's an incline, then ground height goes outside. It goes beyond that cap there, right? Because we're only doing this check if the player is holding square, right? So if the player's holding square, they're asking to dive down, then we're doing this check and then we do a bit of pushback if the player gets too close to the ground. The problem is happening when you're already at the seabed and then you move forward and the seabed is rising up, because we're not actually hitting this condition. We could do, okay, probably what a good idea for that would be. Okay, yeah, but we don't want to trigger it twice when diving and then not diving. I think we need to put this condition outside of where the square is being pressed or not. So instead of doing that as an else, I think we should end that there. So let's comment that out. And we need this as a separate if statement, I think. So we need to say if ground height is less than 0.9f, regardless of whether the player is asking to dive down or not. Because again, right, I need a way to deal with the sloping of the seabed, right? If the seabed's sloping up, and you're already at the seabed, and then you move forward. The way it's currently set up, we're not even doing those ground. Well, we are doing the ground checks, but we're not doing any pushback against the seabed. So the seabed's still like that. Seabed's still raising up because it curves up, right? But we're not pushing back against it, which is what's causing her to kind of like glitch into the ground. So we still need to push back. So we can use this here. But what we'll do is we'll check for the condition regardless of whether the player is actually asking to dive deeper or not. Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether the player's asking to dive deeper or not. We still need to bring her back up away from the seabed if the seabed gets too close. Which can happen due to the shape of the seabed, right? So I think that's probably better. Yeah, I think that's probably better. All right, let's go down. Okay, beautiful. God, that feels so much better. Yeah, I feel so much better. Real test is to try and find where the seabed goes up like this. Okay, that's me not holding dive down. And then I'm holding dive back down. Yeah, same result. That's perfect. See how quickly she gets pushed back up as well. That's perfect. And if we idle, there we go. Her feet no longer go into the ground. She almost looks like she stood on the seabed, but not quite. That is perfect. Okay, that's actually perfect. Perfect. Yeah, okay, a couple of other things though. So when she's diving up, diving down, we need to rotate her locally. And she also needs an animation because it's just weird how she just magically levitates up and down. So we need an animation for her just swimming up and swimming down. Now would be the perfect time actually to consult one of my favorite games, which is a big inspiration for me. I mean, yeah, we all know Genshin Impact is probably the biggest inspiration, but Genshin Impact doesn't have diving, so we can't use for the first time, we can't use Genshin Impact as a point of reference. PUBG Battlegrounds. Does anyone still play that? Resident Evil 4. Oh yeah, that's is that out? No, pre-purchase. A spring sale, you say? A spring sale? I already have... Oh no, I don't actually. I don't have Persona 5 Royale for the PC. I've bought it twice for the PS4 though. I mean, 32 quid is pretty good for... But you know, do I really need it on PC right now? Not really. Also, we get The Last of Us on PC. Now, I am tempted to buy that one. Last of Us is one of my favorite games, and I think it'll be the... I think it'll be the, like, all bells and whistles new version, won't it? That'll be at the bottom of my wish list, probably. '28th of March. That's in 10 days. All right. My favorite Tomb Raider game. I love this game. I've only played it for 30 hours. Surprised it's not more, actually. Well, I've played it for more than 30 hours. But most of that was on PlayStation. And I think I remember the first time I ever played it actually was a naughty copy. It was a naughty copy. Probably not long after it came out. But way back then, that was like I wasn't even really a gamer back then. I didn't even really play games. Yeah, this was like one of the very few games I actually played as a non-gamer. Yeah, her animations, Jesus Christ. Her animations in this game are like, oh, they're so good. And I'm pretty sure, I don't know, isn't it like before the days of motion capture? I'm pretty sure they're all hand done as well. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Jesus Christ. Do you have to be... Alright, well that's gonna take a little while. Alright, so let's do some measurements. We need to figure out what angle of rotations and stuff, right? So first thing to do is we'll do it as a transition as well. Like we do the ups and downs corrections. Like we do a lot of things. But this one's a little bit weird because it's harder to do a transition because our control is basically time whilst the dive button is pressed. So either time plus square pressed or time plus triangle pressed. Is that done? Oh no, it's just it's been updated. Alright. So I need to figure out which... I think it's the x-axis. Yeah, I'm getting better at this. But she rotates on a... This is kind of awkward. She rotates on like a weird pivot. See, look at where she... Why does she rotate like that? So you rotate her down and she literally submerges into water, which is probably fine actually for what we want, but what she shouldn't really do that, and I don't really know why she does do that. What's her axis of rotation there? Is it her feet? Yeah, it's her feet. So she's rotating around her feet. I wonder, yeah, that's kind of awkward. Oh, this is really awkward. How would we change... How would we change that though? Yeah, player armature does the same thing. Player armature does the same thing. I would get a much better effect if I could move her axis of rotation up to her waist. Because that's like, that's where she rotates. Well, no, actually, that's not true. Okay, that's where it looks like she rotates when she goes into a swim animation, but she's not really rotating. Because the way the animation system works is, so it rotates all of her bones basically, but the object itself, in terms of the, as far as the game engine is concerned, is static. It doesn't move. The animation is controlling kind of the illusion of movement, really. But it's all, if you imagine the characters like stood in an invisible box, that box stays static the whole time. So like the player controller and stuff like that, all the movement controls that the player has access to is pretty much moving that box around. And the animations are all kind of the illusion of movement within that box. So when she goes into swim like this, all that's really happening is all of the bones inside that box go into the animation that we've set for her. So if we look at our animations, like we move the model around in the animator, but Unity just kind of, it may as well just be a video screen inside a box basically. It just kind of plays whatever we did in here, but its origin point is still wherever the objects are in origin is. But having said that, like, it's all about how it feels, how it looks, blah blah blah, right? As far as the player's concerned, she rotates, her animation transition makes it look like she rotates out of her waist. So as she dives down, it would just be better if she rotated at her waist. But actually, that's a good point though. I wonder if I, maybe we should use an maybe we could use animation transitions for this. That's actually not a bad idea. Rather than rotate the object, if we just have a dive down animation, so this is her normal swim animation. Well, what we could do is in the animator, we could take our character. I don't know why she's going to rotate here though. She's probably going to rotate her feet again. Kind of, yeah. Yeah, why the fuck do these characters always rotate around their feet? Well, she's more rotating around the kind of axis. It depends where her offsets are from her origin point, that's why. So this is how much she's offset by her origin point for this animation. So that's why she's kind of rotating around an invisible circumference around here, because that's how far offset she is from her point of origin. So really it just rotates around, the axis of rotation is 0, 0, 0 unless you tell it otherwise. But actually, yeah, that's a good point. Unless you tell it otherwise, I think we can't tell it otherwise. Um, Let me just make sure I am actually loading the exact animation we used. because I need to know exactly where the point of origins are. And then I think what I would probably do is if we just stick a box in the scene so we can see where her waist is. We'll mark her waist with a box. Ah! My mouse ever does something useful for me. Yeah, because I want a waist to stay there and a head to sort of dip down. Yeah, we could do some more subtle things as well. I actually think this is a good idea because we could do some more subtle visual things as well, right? Because if you look at her head's sort of like looking forward where she's swimming. She's diving down. It makes sense that she should bend her head down. So for this, we could bend her head down so she's looking down where she's diving. We can also rotate her bones so that she rotates where we want her to at her waist. So as I rotate her now, I don't know how far we want to go. I can now put her back. That's the wrong axis. There we go. Put it back to that waist point. And then what I can also do is change her head so that she's looking down. She's diving down. Okay. Yeah, I think that's good. I think her hand's cutting through her head though, isn't it? Yeah, okay, her arm goes right through her head. So we need to fix that. Shit. Oh, mirror. What is she doing with her arm? What is she doing with her arm? Seriously. Okay, her arms she looks like she's two broken fucking arms. What is she doing with her arm? Why is she doing that? Her arm's all twisted. Okay, there we go. Okay, they're back to where they were. I think it's because I had mirror ticked But I did undo that, but obviously it didn't properly undo it. And this that far arm was like twisted back and it looked like shit. All right. What if we just take the hand and push it out away from her? That looks weird. Let's not do that either. Oh great, her head's back up. Yeah, I think this is the problem, right? Is because we're pushing her head down, so it doesn't really give her. Also, we need to do that on frame 1, otherwise she'll just do it on that frame. For God's sakes, I'm not an animator. Oh my God. That on the other side seems fine. See it again. Still goes a bit too close to the ponytail, the pigtail. Maybe if she kind of moves her head here, so that her head kind of goes like this, but at least maybe that looks shit. Actually, that doesn't look too bad. Actually, that looks more natural, I think. Head kind of bounces a bit. I think that looks better, actually. Might be able to fix that. So we take on body transforms and stick them in the end frame. Should look better. There we go. Yeah, head still kind of bounces a little bit. I don't think I can do anything about that. Alright, I think that's probably good. 60 is our last frame. Yeah, I think that's okay. I think that's okay. You're gonna see from like back here anyway, depending on where your camera's tilted. I think that's probably quite good. So call that one dive down. And similarly, shit, I lost my cube. Dive up doesn't really make sense, does it? You don't really dive up. But I'm going to call it that anyway, because then that way the dives will appear next to each other alphabetically. I think that's I think that'll be fine. Alright, so same again. Except this time I'm gonna tilt her upwards. take a blue transition. Blue transform. Yeah, I think she gets pushed that way a little bit. Probably doesn't really matter. Oh, the blue is the green. Yeah, I think I just need to push it as well. But I probably should do them on the other one as well. So I'm pretty sure that was... I don't know, actually. Okay, we'll put it there. Alright, and then again, if I move her... If her arm cuts through her head again, that would suggest that the version I saved in here wasn't the finished version, because I definitely fixed that before I... The swim that's in Unity right now, it... Because I remember when I first did the swim animation, her arm did go through her head, but then I painstakingly fixed it. But that would suggest that this version in here that I saved never got updated after fixing the arm through the head, which is a pain in the ass. So now I have to do it all over again. But never mind. And she should look up, right? Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. So, because maybe, well, we'll find out. Maybe that will be enough. Maybe that solves two problems at once. Because the other problem I had was, as she goes up and down from her idle, like by not moving. At the moment, she just kind of levitates up and down, which looks like shit. But maybe these animations will also work well for that. If not, I think a more extreme version of these animations should work. Like with a bit more rotation added to them, I think. So yeah, again, you can't really dive up because that's not really what dive means, but I'm going to call it that anyway, so they appear together. 60 frames. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Dive up. Let's get it into Unity. Let's actually stop. It's better not to be running Unity while getting anim dives. And then obviously we're going to need animation transitions. So we're going to need states for them. So 14 will do dive down, 15 will do dive up. Shut up. Okay. Don't need that anymore. Okay. I should really do a folder for all of her animations because now they're all getting just dumped into this big animations folder, which is it's getting a bit unmanageable. Have you seen a state machine? Have you seen her animation state machine at this point? Wow. Um okay, there they are. Dive up, dive up, dive up, dive down. Okay. So we go from swim and swim idle. Why is my mouse being sort of naughty? It's like the middle mouse button doesn't want to work anymore. Lately, I don't know why. I really need a new mouse. I mean, you can probably, yeah, better cover it. You can probably transition from dive up and try dive down directly as well. I don't know if that can happen literally on the next frame, but I feel like I'd better cover it anyway. Then we can go from dive down to swim, from dive up to swim. We have swim to dive down, but we don't have swim to dive up. Can go dive down to swim idle, dive up to swim idle, and swim idle to dive up. Right. They've all got double lines, right? Yeah. Okay. So all of them are no exit time. That is okay, that is that. No exit time, no exit time, no exit time, no exit time. These two. Oh, I did them. Did it. Think we got them all. Okay, now it's state time. Um, oh my God. Okay. Just grab that. Stick that there. Okay. Okay, so swim to dive down is state 14. Dive down to swim is state 12. Swim to dive up is 15. Dive up to swim is 12. Dive down to dive up is 15. why am I clicking that? Dive up to dive down is 14. Idle to dive up is 15. Dive up to swim idle is 13. Idle to swim is 12. We got that. Got that. Okay. Swim idle to dive down is 14. Dive down to swim idle is 13. Got that. 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 I think we got them all. Yeah, looks like it. We go all the way around. Yeah, we got them all. That was surprisingly fast. I thought that would take longer. No, they're all there. No exit times. No exit times. That just felt a little bit too easy to do. Maybe too. Okay. Looking good, looking good. Alright, now we gotta tell the game what to do. So, if we successfully initiate a dive down, actually bring that back into view. There we go. Give me. Thank you. There. Okay, if we successfully dive down, then our anim cd set integer what's it doing all the way down there? Our state wants to become 14. If we successfully dive up, then our state wants to become 15. Let's just copy this. Okay, they're the only ways to initiate dive up and dive down, so that takes care of dive up and dive down at least. Swimming is a bit more complicated. Actually, no, that will, yeah, even in idles, that should take over. Yeah. Because our idles appear above here, look, right? This is swim, this is idle. So that should be it. That's all we need. Because we already have swim to swim idle. Yeah, it was just telling, it was just basically changing the animation state to whatever it needed to be. Okay, I think that should work. I'm worried though that it's going to be flickering. I don't know if this is enough to get the state set, because so what's going to happen, we're going to go into this loop, right? We're going to set the state. So basically the player's holding down square, and let's say it's a valid descent, right? There's no seabed in the way, whatever. We go ahead and we descend. Then we set the animation state to 14. The problem is, at the start of the next frame, we come up here and we do these calculations to say, oh, okay, is the player moving? Is the player in water? Blah, blah, blah. How deep is the water? And then we set the state to 12 or 13, which is swim or swim idle, respectively. And then we're going to check for the condition of, oh, well, is the player diving or not diving? And then we're going to be applying these state changes. So what I'm worried about, and I think what might happen, is the animation state's going to flicker. It's not, and it needs to stay on that state. So we need to stop that from happening. I'll test it first, but I think that's what's going to happen. But that's going to be the tricky part. The tricky part is going to be figuring out how to check for the condition of, well, should we be in the state of diving animation state or a transition in or out of that? Because the only thing we have right now to measure that is something called dive factor. And all dive factor is it's a height multiplier that happens on the local transform to basically set our character's height in the water based on how far we've allegedly dived, right? But from that value alone, we can't tell whether the player has... How recently did the player ask to dive? That's the problem. Right? Was it literally on the last frame? In other words, they could still be diving, so we shouldn't be coming out of that animation state? Or, you know, was it like fucking 15 minutes ago when before they went to get a cup of tea? We have no way of knowing. So let's see what happens. Oh, it's working. Okay, that's interesting. I thought it would fight against that, but it didn't. That's working fucking perfectly. Okay, that's fine then. Yeah, I think it's because we put it as the last condition, so it's basically overwritten anything that happened before it. I think that's why that works. So yeah, we are changing the state, but because it then checks for the condition of... Because I think how Unity works is it executes all of its code, and then it figures out what it's doing visually based on wherever the code ends up, right? So I think basically the animation state never really gets changed to the previous state, because in that same frame we do the second conditional check, and then we say, oh, actually this is us right here. We're diving down or we're diving up. That looks great. I am so happy with that. Yeah, so she's sort of like, she struggles a little bit here. That looks quite funny, actually. Oh, and we haven't checked it for, like, idols. What does it look like in idols? Oh, that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. Oh my god, this is looking pretty good. Yeah, and then she just dives back down. Holy shit, that's actually really good. I'm really pleased with that. I am really pleased with that. Right, the next thing I want to fix is the light. So, as you can see, our light is pretty much useless down here. It gets very dark down here as well. Because the light, you can see it there, right? The light is actually an object on Sadie's backpack strap in front of her. So it makes sense that when she rotates down to the seabed to swim, that a light is doing that, right? But that's pretty useless as far as the player's concerned, right? If I'm down here as a player and I'm looking for treasure or whatever I'm doing, I want to see in front of me. I don't want to light up the seabed. So now I've got a tricky situation where it's like, okay, it's like, what do I do? Like, it seems like the obvious answer is we just cheat, okay? So once we're in swimming motion, I think once we're down in the water like this, I think once we are in the dive factor territory, our light behaves differently. I think this is how it should work. So once we enter dive factor territory like this, I think the light should just perpetually point forward no matter what we're doing. Now, scientifically and realistically, and you know, in the world of real physics, does that make sense? Of course not. But it's about player experience, right? What we want the player, and for all we know, that light might just be quite clever. You know what I mean? For all we know, that light might just detect that she's, you know, underwater, and it just might function differently underwater. For all we know, it's kind of hard to. I mean, if you really want to be an asshole about it, you can tilt the camera and see that it's still pointing down. It shouldn't really be lighting, but you know, it's not something I think a player's going to complain about, because it's actually helping them out, right? We're cheating to give the player a better experience. So yeah, it doesn't make sense for it to do that, really. Like I say, unless it was some kind of magic special light that just changes context once we dive down into the water, which is what we're going to make it do. But yeah, I don't think anyone's going to be complaining about it, because it's going to be so much better. And also, I think it needs more power down here, because it does get very dark down here. So I think we also need to give it like a bit more intensity when we are underwater. All right, so let's do that now. You know what else I just realized? I've got Steam open and my controller's still working. Normally Steam breaks my controller if I have it open. It just kind of like hijacks the controller and won't let me do anything. My game's special. My game will just let me use it. I saw a notification saying it wanted to update though. There it is. Let it do that. Okay, so context light. How are we going to do this? I think reparenting it is probably the best solution. So at the moment, the light is a parent of Sadie's backpack. Okay, if we go into... There it is. Well, there's the backpack. And there's the light. And this is what we want. This is what we want to change the parent of. So actually, first thing I want to do is make a reference to that. And a game object is fine. So let's do a public game object. For body light. And what we're also going to need to do is we're going to need a reference for two parents. So there'll be the original parents. So there'll be the original parent, and then we want a new parent, which will ignore all of Sadie's transforms, basically. So we will have light orig parent, and we want light new parent. Well, let's be specific. This is the dive parent. Go away. Stupid Corsair notifications. Right. Okay, so we can set the original parent now, which is Sadie Body Light. And we want to create a new parent which ignores... Well, this one's a bit weird in that it still wants to follow the player, obviously, but it doesn't want to follow Sadie's weird and unusual new swimming rotations. So I think we just want to make it a parent of player armature, I think. Or maybe we should use player camera root. This is okay. I have to figure out how I want this to work. See, if we parent it to player camera root, then as the player moves the camera, it's almost like the light is lighting whatever they're pointing their camera at. But I don't know whether that's too nonsensical diegetically, if that makes sense. Like, yeah, we kind of want to break diegetic logic here. Diegetic meaning, you know, does it make sense in this virtual world for the physics and everything else, right? Sometimes we break those rules to give a better experience. But there's levels of that, right? If we can break it so that the player, hopefully, I think a better way of doing it, the best way of doing it is to break those rules and hope that the player doesn't really notice or think about it too much. But if you break them too obviously, I think it ruins immersion. And we're doing diving, so immersion is very important when diving because you're immersed in water, right? Yeah, you. So maybe I don't want to use player camera root. I think I want to use player armature. We'll test it. We'll test it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a new empty game object on cast. Paddlecast does come down with us with dive factor though. But it also bounces up and down, so that would look weird. Shinrei cast isn't parented to her. It's fine. I'll make a new one. I'll make a new one. So we'll call it exactly what it is so we know what it is. Dive light parent. Set that in here. Okay, so this needs to be activated based on the dive factor value. So I'll put it at the end of my update. This is our update. So if dive factor is greater than, let's just put it at 1 for now, then we will parent the light at the new parent, else we will parent the light at the old parent. And I'm putting nesting space here because I think we're probably going to need to change some local transforms and stuff as well. I don't know yet, but we'll see. I think we probably will. So if it's greater than 1, then our body light transform parent, or do we say set parent? We say set parent. Set parent to what did I call it? Light dive parent dot transform. Similarly, Otherwise, if we are coming back up to the surface, then our body lights transform wants to be light original parent. Okay. We'll see what that does. Also, like I say, I want to give it some yeah, we can do that now actually. I want to give it more intensity, make it more powerful, because it kind of needs to be. So if we look at our light, we have a value called intensity, which is at 1.5 normally. So we want to say body light, get components, spotlight, maybe not, light, intensity equals 1.5 F, because that's what we're resetting it to. However, underwater, for now, let's just stick it at 2 and see what we get. Okay, let's test those two things first. I don't know what position and orientation the parent's going to be in, so we might need to do some rotations on it. And obviously, if we need to do that, we need to stick them back to what they were when we reset the parent back to the original. But we shall see. Okay. So if we turn our light on now, everything should be normal. It's so sunny we can't even tell. If we swim out and dive down a little bit. Oh, we need to fix that. It's raining underwater. Okay, that's something else I need to fix. It's not working. Why is it not working? Or maybe it is, but the rotations are all wrong. Okay, what's our intensity right now? Our intensity is 2. Yeah, so our script, this is what I was worried about. Our script kicked off, but our rotations are basically the same as what they were under the original parent. But you'll notice it's behaving differently. You might be thinking now, well, what was the point in changing the parent then? Because it's exactly where it was on the original parent. Well, first of all, it's actually not. It's a little bit behind her right now. It's just because it's rotated in the wrong place at the moment. Actually, the quickest, easiest fix for this is just to change the rotation on the parent itself. And we don't have to do anything in code. Because it's already parented there, right? So if we look at... What the hell is it? Sadie. You've got so many things on you at this point. What the fuck is that? There it is. But yeah, there's a couple of reasons why. Also, you'll notice it's not swinging left and right like it was before, because she's rotating left and right as she's swimming, but the light is staying stationary, and that's what we want. So that's the reason why we changed the parent, and also now we can change the parent so it's rotating in the right place. So if we grab the rotational values, I think it's X that we mainly want. X, I said. What the hell? Okay, it's working. It's just, yeah, we can also move its position as well. I guess now it's just kind of like figuring out exactly where we want it to be. I can't believe it's raining underwater. Anything, you know, it's always the same with this thing. It's like as soon as I start making meaningful progress, it's like, oh, let me find a way to make you feel sad. Let me show you something else you need to fix. Just so you don't get too complacent. So you don't get too happy. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Unity. I appreciate that. Yeah, that looks kind of weird. Okay, rotational wise, I think that's good, but positional wise. Okay, so if we move it up now, it's actually, it shouldn't be lighting her up. So it's too far behind her, I'd say. Yeah, that looks strange. Yeah, so that's good because as she turns around, her light turns with her, so that's good. Now the biggest problem is that it's behind her, so it's lighting her up, which looks weird. There, so we can just push it past her. 1.02. I think that's pretty good actually. And you know what? Like it, to be fair, like I don't think that looks too weird. I really don't. So like I know that she's got a light on the front of her body, right? And that kind of feels to me like I wouldn't have a clue. If this wasn't my game, I wouldn't have a clue. I'd just be like, oh yeah, look at that. The light's lighting the way for me. Oh, that really is a good light, isn't it? I wouldn't be like, wait a minute. That light wouldn't be looking like that, would it? It would be different. It's like, and yeah, no one cares. We're just happy we can actually see things down here, especially when the day and night cycle. When the night cycle kicks in, holy shit, it gets dark down here. Yeah, I think that's good, positional wise and whatnot. I don't know whether the brightness is good. I feel like the brightness could be a little bit higher actually. Okay, that's the edge of the world. The fuck is that down there? Ah! Oh, interesting. Oh, she goes. Oh, that's interesting. What the hell? She's in the air now. That's weird. Okay, she got confused, I think, because she can't. Yeah, she's like, oh, that's weird. She's just flying in the air now. Yeah, I think things got confused because we went off the edge of the map. Um, so maybe I do need to make sure that stamina bar works. We're just going up and up and up, aren't we? I think. Yeah, we are. Uh, and I don't think I can come back down either. Yeah, I'm even asking to dive down, but I guess it knows I'm not in water right now, so it won't let me. And yeah, she's just going up and up and up. I think that's happening on the local as well, because when I teleport, it doesn't fix it. So that's happening locally, I think. Okay, so let me grab the position values. So what we need is position. And rotation. And then once we come out of code, we want to paste the rotation and similarly the position, so that should now automatically take care of where the light is positioned and all the rest of it without us having to reset it in code. We don't have to change this. It's already set up for us, hopefully. So that's nice. Oh, that's lovely, so it is. Oh, yes. I don't know why I suddenly turned it to Mrs. Doubtfire. It just felt like the right thing to do. Oh, okay, Bill. Right, okay, here we go. This is really great. So the only time it's messed up now is when we went off the map. Hi, oh lovely. Alright, let's test our new light. Okay, for some reason that didn't work. Huh. That's interesting. I suppose it's because it wasn't parented. Shit. I suppose it's because it wasn't parented. When we made the, when we set these values up. But you know what the good news is? The good news is now we've got the values that we know that we need, right? So if we look at Spotlight's values here, oh my god, I didn't expect them to be so weird. Oh shit, the bed. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. I thought they'd be I thought they'd be at like 0, 0, 0, but they're really not. They're all over the place. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit tricky than I thought. Ocean floor is close to surface. I know it's near the beach. That's how sea works, Pika. It gets deeper the further out you go. And none of this is finished, you understand? Like, this is literally day 3 of doing underwater diving. Like, Christ. There's a lot of work goes into this, you know. You don't just snap your fingers and it just happens. Right, so the light transforms. We have our sets of values here. I'm trying to think how to do this. This is actually kind of tricky. When it reparents, I wonder if that's what's happening. When it reparents, when we reparent it, is it applying the child transform values to the new parent because it has child transform values? Or is it simply because we didn't apply those transforms to the parent whilst it was a child, so it didn't inherit those values? Okay, I need to find out. So the way to find out is this is our position for underwater light, right? So if we get the rotation, okay, put the rotation there, and then we'll run our code. It'd be funny if I turned my game into a gacha. No, that'll never happen. So as we dive down, turn our light on. Right, if we apply, so it should have reparented already. What am I doing? Which it has. But it still has its original child transform values. So if I overwrite those with the new values, yeah, no, that doesn't fix it. Okay, so I know what I need to do then. So, okay, what I need to do then is I need to reset these back to 0, right? Zero them out. And then I need to apply these changes after the light's been parented. So the child inherits them. So let me just get a snapshot of that. So we're going to need that. So this can be zeroed out right now. Okay. And then after we parent it, so here, do we want to do that every single time? I guess what we should do is reset them back to 0 again here. So we can say, so light dive parents. Okay. Oh my god. Yeah, no, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Transform position. We just need to give it a vector 3, right? Equals new vector 3. We need those values. So negative 0.2, 1.31, 1.02. Okay, then light dive parents transform local Euler. Now we actually set it as rotation equals new quaternion Euler. Actually, it's local rotation. It's local rotation. New quaternion. I don't know whether it's Euler or not. I think it should be Euler. 113.22f. 12.37 f 0f. Actually, if it's a Euler, it'll be a vector 3. Yeah, actually, we can use a vector 3. We use a vector 3. Cannot modify the return value of local rotation because it is not a variable. Okay, we just say Euler angles. Okay, then similarly, what we want to do is zero that out, right? When we are not using the parent, so that basically each time it becomes true, we pass these values to the child so that it inherits them. Well, it doesn't really inherit them, but it just basically it affects the child. Changes in the parent are affecting the child after it becomes a child. All right, let's test that. What am I working on today? Same thing. You can see from my stream title, can you? Just finishing swimming and diving. For now. This probably won't take me that much longer. I'm nearly done with it, actually. So I'll probably be moving on to something else very soon. All right. Down we go. Right, let's try our light out. Okay, I have no idea where that light is. Is the light? Did we do local transform? Okay, that's why. That's why. I messed up. That should say local position. That's why. Okay. Let's try that again. Down we go. Try our light. For fuck's sake! Okay, let me have a look. What is going on? Why is it not working? Right, well our dive light parents only... Our dive light parent didn't get any of the parameters we passed it. Look not. Oh, it's because I did it the wrong way around. Oops. So this is the dive one, and this is the non-dive one. So I put the transforms the wrong way around. That is what we want to do when we're diving. That is what we want to do when we're not diving. I thought it was the other way around. Okay, let's try it now. If you want to know my day in Terra Fantasy, oh yeah, I'd love to know your day in Terra Fantasy. Cleared out the hide and seek event shop. Got a eyepiece with frost attack. I had a few whales carrying me to level 24. I've unlocked 24 in Origin of War. As long as you're having fun. None of that sounds like fun to me. Imagine this isn't fun either really, but it will be when it's done. There we go! There you go! The light is working perfectly. Took us a while to get there, as sometimes things do. Yeah, no, that seems fine. So now the light is lighting the way ahead of us. It's a little bit of a cheat, because really the light wouldn't do that, but this is just to give a better player experience. Oh, that seems strange. Why is it doing that? Oh, it's because, okay. You see what happens now? Okay, so we only want to apply those transforms once, otherwise this happens. So now the light isn't working properly. Like it is, but it isn't, right? Because we are putting the transforms to where they want to be, but we're doing it on every frame. So the usual parent inheritance of all those values and stuff, right? They are being applied on every frame because we say that there. Um, okay, I think the simple way to do it is to say if light dive parents dot transform dot local position dot x is 0 and light dive parents transform local position dot y is 0 and light dive parents dot transform local position z is 0, then apply our inheritance values. And that way it will only do it once each time we go into dive light mode. I don't think it matters here. Yeah, I don't think it matters there. I mean, you know what, it kind of does. It kind of does. Okay. Because what I was thinking is, well, it's a very small amount of time that you are paddling. It's a small amount of time that you're paddling in the water when you're transitioning from swimming onto the shore before you then go back onto land. So my theory was, well, you know, if we're applying... Actually, no, I think I was right. I think it doesn't matter there because... Yeah, because we're not using dive like parent. We're applying that to dive like parent, right? I don't know if this is going to work or not. Yeah, it works fine. There we go. Now our dive light is doing exactly what we want it to, which is lighting the way forward. Wherever Sadie's facing, lights the way forward, which is really nice. The only thing I'm curious about is does it work a second time? It's back to normal. It's so bright right now that it's hard to tell. Alright, let's go back down. Make sure it still works. Yeah, this is what I was worried about. Okay, it's slightly out of alignment the second time. It's not quite right. Because it's not getting reset, I think. What are its transforms right now? So if we come back out the water... We want to see these get zeroed back out as we come out of... Okay, it does, but the rotation for some reason doesn't. So that's why it wasn't lined up. So this should be 0. Everything else zeroes out. Doesn't that? Fuck off. Well, that's weird, because everything else got zeroed out, so it must have run the code, but then it's like something else set this value to a strange value, but I'm not sure what did it. It's kind of weird. Will I try out Japanese version of Blue Protocol? No, because you have to get accepted for the beta test, I think. I don't know, unless you can just download. I'm not going to bother anyway though, because I regret doing it for Tower of Fantasy, because it kind of ruined my enjoyment of Tower of Fantasy by playing the closed beta and then going and playing the Chinese version. See, that's the problem, right? Is by the time I get the global version, I'm already kind of sick of it. Yeah, that's getting more and more out of alignment. I don't know what's causing that value to change though. Why do I have to fucking listen to this for? Okay, what we could do... Yeah, so we're not resetting it because all of these... Oh no, those are true. Because it was the rotation that wasn't right. Try something. I'll try setting it back to 0 before we apply the new transforms. See if that fixes it. So it works the first time. This is what I was worried about. It's not resetting correctly for a second time around, which is not good. So I am more than happy to wait. Yeah, I'll wait till whenever it is. I don't care if it's 3 years from now. As long as it's a good game. It's like this, right? I mean, look at how long it makes to take it. How long it takes to make games. especially a good game. What the hell was that? That was weird. There was like a weird box rendered in front of me. Yeah, I get some weird rendering things going on. That's another thing I'm going to need to look into. I get some weird rendering things happening underwater. I think it's because occlusion doesn't expect me to be down here. It's kind of trippy. Alright, so let's see what's happening. Did everything get reset? Probably not. Yeah, it's still got some weird... I don't know why that's happening. That's so strange. But hopefully... What I just did was I told it to reset before it applies the new values. Oh, you fucking twat! Why is that happening? It's happening on Y, right? It's happening on Y. It's needed to reset properly and then it's fine for like forever. Okay, I think I know why then. Right, I think I know why. If you look, okay, when it's in normal, it's kind of interesting. Oh, I don't know. I still don't really know why that's happening. That shouldn't be happening, right? Is that our code that's doing that? I can't disable swimming because the body of water I'm in is just going to re-enable it. Jesus. Well, let's just see if that fixed it first. It might have fixed it. Okay, so the light's fine. Come back up. Go back down. No, it's messed up again. Sick. This is fucking ridiculous. Okay, I need to find out what's causing that. Because surely the parent transform shouldn't be affecting things on a local level. So I don't think it's any of her parents. Any of her parents. Any of its parents. Fuck's sake, I swear to God, this is fucking ridiculous. I have to sit and listen to this all fucking day again. Like, this is fucking hard enough to do. The fucking drill's going off in my ear all day. Any plans to add an underwater city? No, probably not. I'm probably going to do underwater tombs. There's going to be like ruins and stuff like that probably. Maybe an underwater cave or something, but not a city. I don't think so. Jesus. This is so hard to concentrate right now. Right, where is my body of water? Tools. Runtime. Water. Underwater surface. Ocean swim detection. Disable the box collider. Then it should let me go in and disable Sadie's swim script. And she's falling through the ground. Which she would do. Right, what I want to see is, does the parent... Right. Okay, so it was my script. My script was causing... My script somewhere is causing that local value to change, which is what's fucking this whole thing up. Okay, so we know that it is my script. Doesn't really make any sense though. Maybe get a debug log message on here. Right, I need to know that that's only happening once per ascension or descension. Descent. Don't worry, we can all hear your background noise too, so you're not alone. Yeah, I know, but that's also not a good thing, is it? I'm sure it's not nice for you guys as well. Right, where's my console? Okay, so we got one transforms applied as we went down. Didn't apply it again as we came up. Let's go back down again. There you go. Transforms applied. So that's working as expected. So it's only applying the transforms once per descent, as it should be. So it's not that. What is it then? I think it is this, and I think it's not necessarily zeroing out the rotations properly. Shit, it's a text component, isn't it? I'm going to check to see if the Euler angles are coming back as what I expect them to. Also, we had a previous text debug that we're going to need to remove. There it is. Which was cam roots, local angles. We're done with that now. Yeah, okay, so it's happening. Okay, I know what's happening then. Because they are at 0. So basically what's happening is it's taking global values. That's why originally I said local rotation, but then Unity complained to me and said, well, you can't use local rotation like that. And so oh, we have local Euler angle. Oh, you motherfucker. Okay, right, I didn't realize we had local Euler angles. Okay, now it makes sense. So I shouldn't need that now. Because this is why it wasn't working. I shouldn't need that either. That will definitely be the reason why it wasn't working. Wait a minute. Yeah, and I don't even need that. Because it was zeroing out. It's just that there was that one y-axis, which was the one thing that was being affected. And it's because we weren't applying it to the local Euler angles. Yeah, so that should be fine now. It should reset properly. Yeah?
Come with.
No, I'm good. I've got too much work to do.
You sure?
Yeah. I want to get on with this.
You're welcome, don't you?
I know I'm welcome, yeah, but I'd rather do this because it's too much to do. I'm fine. If I wanted the window open, I'd open it.
It smells a bit strange.
It's fine, Mum. Right, it's completely off. It's completely off though. I don't understand. So we probably just have to reline it up again. Is probably all it is. So if we change Y to 30.4 maybe. Yeah, I think that seems fine. It's always the fucking silly little things that take the longest. Yeah, that seems fine. Okay, now just make sure it resets properly, so I'm gonna come back up. Towards the lighthouse a little bit. Yeah, we still get these problematic angles here that I need to fix. Actually, why isn't our up thing working again? It's like one thing after another. I don't know why our up transition thing's broken. Right. Fuck's sake. It's always one step forward, fucking 3 steps back. And are you fucking kidding me? My light's broken again. Fucking God, I don't believe this. Does anything fucking work? Right, why isn't our up... Right, our up thing is applying. But does it not apply while we're moving or something? I think it doesn't apply while we're moving. Which makes no sense. Well, it does apply while we're moving, but while we're moving fast. I don't know. Okay, that's something else I need to look at. Right, so dive light parent is currently at 000 blah de blah de blah de blah. The light is currently at what's the child of the actual light model, which is what it's supposed to be. Is it working in normal mode at least? Off. Oh, great. Now she's all fucked up. I fucking swear to, I'm getting so fucking triggered by this. I swear to fucking God. Like, I know we'll get there eventually, but holy fucking shit. If it doesn't feel like every tiny little atom of progress, some bigger thing has to come along and fucking set me back even further. So fucking irritating. But this is exactly what it's like. It's just the way these things are. I just gotta concentrate on one thing at a time. So let's look at this fucking body light, because it's driving me insane. So the first time is fine. I don't understand why it won't fucking reset. It doesn't make any sense. So everything's fine the first time we go down and use it. I mean, I actually want to move it slightly, but like, okay. But then we come back up to the surface. Let's just run over here somewhere. Let's check the parent we'll be applying it to. It's zeroed out. So everything should be reset. Because when we apply our values there, it should pass it to the light. But now it's like, I mean, where the fuck is the light? It's like the light over there where it was. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I mean, basically the light... No, well, it's saying the light... Wait, is it saying the light is above me? Is that the light? Yeah, the light is... Well, the light is pointing up to the fucking sky. I think that's the problem. Why the fuck is it doing that? See, this is a huge problem. All those... Right, I think I know what to do. So what we need to do, right, I think the problem is all those fucking numbers there, right? It's too hard to manage. Those are very specific numbers that are set up so that in normal mode the light is in the right place. But what we can do is we can take those numbers, give them to a parent that retains those numbers, then parent the light to that parent. It's like an origin parent, right? Zero the light out so that we're working with better numbers, and then we just make sure that the when we're reparenting the light that it inherits its parents' transform values. Or what might be better, you know what might be better? Yeah, that's gonna save me a lot of work. Yeah, you know what's gonna be better? I'm overthinking it. Because we changed everything. We even changed intensity on the light, right? And it might be nice to give it a nice color. We need another light. It would be, I think this would be so much better if we just, because we're going to wrestle with this for too long otherwise, and it makes no sense. Reparenting this light is obviously causing some fucking issues with the transforms. So how about we don't do that? How about we just make a light that's a separate light that we use specifically for diving. We'll call it dive light. We'll reference it in here. And then we have full control over each light then. It's just going to be so much easier. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't think of that earlier, actually. So now we don't care about parents as well. So we even use one less variable, which is nice. And then instead, all we have to do, so much easier. This one is dive light. So we say body light, set active to false. I need to be careful though. Shit. Yeah, I do need to be fucking careful. Because making the lights active on or off actually turns them on or off. We don't want to do that. Okay, yeah, I know what it is that we have to do. We don't do that. We don't do that. Here's what we need to do. So in our body light script, wherever the fuck it is. We need a new, basically we need a new layer in our body light script so that now we can swap between lights. So we have a public game object called the light. So now we'll say, I'm going to rename it to land light, and then we'll have a public game object called dive light. Okay. I want to grab our code, we'll stick it in Notepad and replace the light with land light. Boop, boop. And that should make all those errors go away. Actually, those errors are from our other script. That's why. Yeah, so we need to tell body light because body light is responsible for turning the light on and off, right? So we need it to know which light is it turning on and off. So we have a land light now, and we have a dive light. And then what we need here is like yeah, see ya. You know what? I should have kept my code to the light, because then what I could do is I could say private game object. I have to listen to this all day, don't I? It's fucking ridiculous. Ah! Just from update. Yeah, I'm going to put it back to the light, and then that way I can do a private game object called the light. And then at the start of update, I can quite simply just say if current light is set to 0, then the light equals land light. Actually, it's not that simple as well, though, because as the light changes, we need to check its state. Oh my god, this gets so fucking complicated. This is the problem with object orientation, by the way. Yeah, it's nice in theory, but fucking sometimes you need to do the slightest thing. You have to change a million layers of things. So what we're also going to need to know is we're going to need to know what the last light was on the last frame that we did all this shit. So now we also need a private integer called last light. We'll set to 0. So at the end of update, we need to say last light equals current light, so that we can detect when a light was changed. Because if a light was changed while it's switched on, we need to make sure that light is switched on as well. Like, we need to switch that light off and then switch it. We need to switch lights, basically. Because at the moment, all we do is we look for R3, which is to tell it to switch the light on and off, right? It's like a light switch. And we just turn the light on and off. So yeah, this can handle detecting which light should be switched on or off, but it still requires the player to press the light switch. We need to like auto switch lights, basically, if the light that's currently on is not the currently active light. Actually, yeah, we don't need a last light then. There's a better way of doing that. There's a better way of doing that. Right. So we might have more than 2 lights in the future, so I'm just going to set this up so that we set the lights up here. Dive light. So if current light is 1, then the light wants to be dive light. This way our light switch now turns the correct light on or off, but we still haven't handled when a light gets changed during runtime. We need to handle that. So what we can say is so fucking annoying. So if current light is 0 and light 1 is on, we need to switch light 1 off and turn light 0 on, and vice versa. Such a pain in the fucking ass. So if current light is 0 and light 1 is dive light dot active self is true, then dive light dot set active to false, and hand that over to the other light. So we basically say land light set active to true. And then we needed a condition for each. And the more lights we add, the more complicated this gets, because we need to handle every single possible light that could be on or off, and then swap them accordingly. So it's a giant pain in the ass. Right, if current light is 1 and land light is on, then turn land light to off and turn dive light to on. It's not too bad for now because there's just 2 lights, but that should deal with that. Then back in our swimming script, this is where we will tell the light system to swap lights. So here we want dive light on, land light on. Not necessarily on either, but basically this is now the active light. This has nothing to do with the lights actually on or off or not. It's just basically changing which light we actually use visually for the player, because the normal light just doesn't work properly underwater. It's not very good. Right, so we know our intensity wants to be 2, and we'll change its transforms and everything else at runtime so we can see how it's set up. We also need a link now to our light system. This thing doesn't need to know about body light or dive light anymore, because our lighting system is going to take care of that. So we want a public body light, which we'll call body light. Link that across now. What am I doing? Okay, and then back at our light swapping thing, we want to say body light dot current light equals 1, which is the dive light, or else current light wants to be 0. Okay, that should hopefully allow us to swap lights based on whether we're diving or not. The light's still not set up though, because now we've got a new light to set up, but at least hopefully it should solve the problem of the light not resetting that we're having, because now they're just separate lights, which is probably quite nice. Okay, so we're going to go down underwater, turn our light on. And if we want, we can give this some nice, like, we can do more with this now. We can give it some, like, colors and stuff. You know what's really fucking weird? That, oh my god, how weird is that? My light is pretty much fucking perfect exactly where it is. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's in a good position. Just right out of the box, which is fucking strange. We haven't even done anything to it. That is so strange. Why is that? That's so weird. It is. It's in a really good position. I might want to change it a little bit. I think it needs... Is that the correct... It's got to be the correct light because it's not swinging backwards and forwards. Right, where is that light's parent? There it is, dive light. Yep, we're definitely using dive light. Shit, that's scale. Let's push it forward a little bit. Touch. It seems weaker somehow. Which is weird. Okay, intensity 3. Let's go with that. Yeah, I think it's a little bit too far left. Like the angle, I think the angle, it seems to be more left than right. Also, we should probably increase its range now. Oh, that really messes up its positioning though, for some reason. It's a little bit strange. It's a little bit strange. Like, I don't like the way it, like... Yeah, it also... No, that's kind of weird as well. If I rotate this way, it must be something to do with its rotations. If I rotate this way, it's very weak. I think its angle must be fucked. Let's have a look at where it actually is in the scene. So that's like left and right. Ah, there we go. Yeah, okay, now it's more consistent between both directions, which is nice. But I don't like the way it's got a very clear start point. Like it's a bit too obvious that it's like not actually coming from this light here, right? So how do I fix that? If we bring it up a little bit, maybe. Yeah, bringing it up helps. But now it's too far away from Sadie herself. Bring it towards Sadie. Doesn't want to light Sadie. Yeah, the problem now is it's lighting Sadie. Doesn't want to light Sadie. Okay. Yeah, I think that's probably good. Yeah, seems good. I might want to give it a blue tint. I feel like giving it a little bit of a blue tint would be nice. Or maybe even a green tint. Oh, green's interesting. Too green. I don't know, green I think gives it more of an underwater feel. Greeny blue. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's got a much more underwater feel to it now. Yeah, okay, I think that's pretty good. Got a lot of things to store. A lot of things to store. I think that should be it. Just in case, because I do like this light. Okay, we should have color still in the clipboard, I think. Or maybe not. Okay, there's our color. Intensity is 2.8. Range is 50. Our scale is that. Our rotation is that. Position is that. Okay, ultimate test. So we're gonna go in and make sure everything's set up properly so it all looks good. And then the issue we were having before is it wasn't resetting right once when we're using the same light. So now we're using two different lights. We shouldn't need to worry about that, but I just want to make sure. Just want to make sure our game is swapping lights correctly and that they all work properly and everything else look good. There we go. So our underwater light looks pretty good. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Okay, so come back up. got. Right, our light should be back to its usual self, is it? Seems to be. It's kind of hard to tell during the day because it's not really dark enough to see the full effect. Yeah, I mean our light during the day is kind of too subtle to really see what's going on, so we'd have to wait for the night cycle to kick in to really know for sure. So I think that's my cue to go and make a cup of tea. While I wait for the night cycle to get here. Oh. Yeah, and I need a toilet as well. So I will be right back. Right, time to test the light. Perfect timing as well from the looks of it. Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, I think that's my old friend. My old light friend. I mean, I don't know, maybe this one needs fine-tuning as well, to be honest. But, yeah, I mean, that seems to be working fine as far as I can tell. Like, yeah, okay, maybe we want to fine-tune our normal body light, because it seems like, look at that, it seems to work better once we like fly up into the air. So I think, yeah, I think it does need tuning. Sure, let's fucking do it now then. That's weird. The light seems to stop the drip effects on the clothing, which is weird. Sure why that is. Why is it so fucking impossible to get this thing set up properly? Right. Apart from the fact that now it's off. To the side. What? This makes no fucking sense at all. There we go. Where the fuck is this thing? This makes no sense at all. Can't make any sense of this fucking light. Right, that's better. But it's like I move the light towards Sadie and it sinks into the ground. Which is just weird. And then Y is moving it towards Sadie. That doesn't make any sense. It's like all the axes are all fucked up. I think that's okay. Now it's a bit too much to the left though. To the right, I mean. Yeah, it feels like it's lighting way more of the right than it is the left. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with these rotational values. They're not making any fucking sense at all. That seems okay. It'll do for now. I do not want to be here all day. Right, I want to turn this bloom off because it's fucking ridiculous. Well, not off, but dial it down. Actually, let's start the game again, because like when the game starts, like the sun is kind of like at its brightest or whatever, so we get like the most bloom. But then it doesn't take long before it starts to settle down. So if I'm tuning it, I need to tune it to that initial value. Let's play Fox for now. So what I'll do is I will start the game. Quickly go to, if I can find it quickly, Unistorm system. Time disabled. There we go. So that bloom stays where it is. Now the place it's the biggest issue is on like the ocean. It's like I think Pika said yesterday, oh, your ocean's white, and it's like, no, it's not white, it's just the light reflecting off it. But yeah, like I'll admit it's a bit overkill. I think I've wanted to dial it down for a while. I mean, Sadie looks white with the bloom there. Bloom is like basically like it's something you get in real life where light's reflecting so brightly that it kind of blurs everything. So it does add a sense of realism to things, but yeah, when it's dialed up too much, it looks a bit weird. Make it hard to see shit as well sometimes. But I can also change how much that water surface reflects stuff. So that's another way we could go. Okay, so that's part of it, right? But that doesn't really affect the amount that the ocean's reflecting the light. So I do want to turn this one down. So that's currently set to 12.99. Let's try 10. 8. 2. 5. Four's probably better. Oh, that actually stays on. Okay, so let's run it again. I've also tried to fix this so many times. That's better already, though. That is better already. For like the amount that bloom's just kind of like blinding everything. To be fair, this is also the brightest the sun ever gets. So like it's, you know, normally you're not really going to see that much of it. But I still feel like, yeah, okay, well... I think the ocean is reflecting too much of that light. Right, reflection settings. Yeah, I already disabled reflections because they were like misbehaving. Water surface. Not sure why that wasn't set up. Yeah, so we have these reflection settings here. They're actually currently disabled. I don't know if that's because it's running or not. Yeah, for some reason this is all disabled. I can't actually change any of it. Ocean. Okay, this is probably what we want to change. I would imagine like the material. Okay, it's just okay, Ocean. Where's Unistorm? That ain't doing shit. Neither is that. See, this ain't changing shit. What might be happening is it might be because it's procedural. So I think what happens with procedural stuff is even if you change the material after the fact, I think it's already like cloned it or whatever. So I don't think changing it. Why isn't it letting me fucking change these now? Now it is. Okay. Let's just see if that's what's happening. Because it's saying it's using this material. Well, that didn't seem to change shit. Why won't it let me fucking change it? Yeah, it's like, I mean, I've tried to fucking change this a million times. I cannot fucking stop it from happening. I just don't know. I just don't understand. I just can't seem to fucking do anything about it. PWS, PW water, and then when clicking that, it should take me to the material, which it's not. Ah, okay. Okay, we finally got it to do something. Right, okay, there we go. If I turn that up, is that this color here? No. Okay, we'll leave that to what it was then. So metallic and smoothness is highly affecting that. Okay, so ambient light is being set by our weather systems, I think. Yeah, so I think that's better. But we have a lot of bullshit over there. See, the problem is, right? If I make it super, the more white I make it, normally, well, when it reloads at least, it tends to like fix some of that broken geometry. But yeah, I don't want it to look too fucking white, right? 'Cause it's a bit too much. Probably somewhere like that is probably fine. Let's try reloading it. I think when it re-renders it, it looks better than that. Yeah, but now look at how fucking dark it is. Like, it's supposed to be a bright, sunny day. Right? And the ocean looks like it's fucking Game of Thrones Winter is Coming. Shit. But these have reset themselves as well. Why have these reset themselves? I don't know why they've reset themselves. Yeah, that might be okay, I think. So we've got some light reflecting like out there over on the horizon. Yeah, we also need like fog effects over there on the horizon. Like the line just being that fucking sharp where the horizon meets. And I don't understand why the current fog systems aren't taking care of that for me. Yeah, look at the broken look at the broken geometry here now though. It looks like shit. So I don't know how much a layer of fog at the horizon will help to fix that for me, but something needs to be done about it because it looks fucking horrendous. Is it retaining those values in between runtimes now? No, it's fucking resetting it back. What was that, 15 or 1.5? And now it won't let me change it again. This is what I'm fucking saying. It's so irritating. Like, that control is now locked out. It won't let me fucking touch it. So I have to come back and find this, but it won't show me where it is in resources. It's so fucking weird. That's why it's taken me this long just to find this. So the last thing I need is for this to be fucking locking me out right now. There, it's let me do it now. Right, I think it was 0.15. I don't know what that wants to be. It's pretty about the same, I guess. 13. Okay, now give it a save. And see if it remembers. Yeah, it's remembered, but I don't know, I just feel like everything looks kind of dark now. Or maybe it's just because I'm used to it looking fucking white. See, I'd like to change the overall colour of the water. I want the water to look like it's supposed to look cartoony, right? We've got bright green grass. This grass is going to look even brighter because the texture that's underneath it that's showing through there is going to be a bright green. I just haven't, I can't paint all the terrain right now because there's too much I still need to do in terms of world building. So I would just be wasting my time. But look at how much that fucking geometry is broken up there on the horizon now. See, I just can't fucking win with this thing. I cannot fucking win. Like, no matter what I do, it looks like shit. I literally cannot win with this fucking thing. Right, so I don't know how I'm supposed to fix that broken geometry thing. Like, it's really bad as well. Like, as I'm swimming across the ocean here now, like, those gaps, whatever the fuck that is, they're like coming really, really far out in places as well. Like, what is that? Is that the wave system? Maybe we need maybe we just need to bake the scene. I don't know. Let's try baking the scene and see what happens. That might fix some of that actually. And I need to know where this is. Not that I can change any of this shit anyway, because like Unistorm takes over these color settings, so I can't do a fucking thing about them. That's why everything looks so fucking dark and shit. Anyway, actually, given that baking is in here, hopefully that should stay in the inspector so we know where to get it. Alright. I'll let that bake while I go to the toilet. It's like you make a list. You know what it's like? It's like somebody gives you a list, a little shopping list, and they're like, okay, I want you to go to the shop and get some bread, some milk, some eggs. And like, you step outside and you're like, okay, yeah, the shop's just over the road. And then like the road's turned into like a giant fucking mountain that you have to climb over. And you get on the other side of the fucking mountain. And then there's like 52 barbed wire fences and electrified fences and just like there's like a billion obstacles in your way before you can even get in the shop. Then you get in the shop and it's like, oh yeah, we don't have any of those ingredients that you came for. So you have to now go like all the way over. It's like you have this list of things to do and you can't do any of them because you're too busy breaking everything else, fixing everything else that's broken. I mean, it's not entirely true, right? Because I've managed to get a lot of shit done. We've got climbing, we've got swimming, we've got diving, and most of it works reasonably well. And there's still some polishing and fixing to do, but like, yeah, the main core systems are coming together. But like, fucking hell. I don't know, it's like you change one thing. It's like a house of cards. You change one card. And sometimes so many things come fucking toppling down on top of you. It just takes you forever to put them all back together. So yeah, I think a Jenga tower is a good analogy actually. Because it's like somebody says, "Oh, I just want you to take one block out. That's all." It's like, "Oh, okay, that's not too bad." But it's like the fucking supporting block that holds everything else up, and it's like, "Oh, great! Now everything comes fucking toppling down, and you need to fucking put it all back together again." Okay, that horizon's looking better. I don't know. It's still kind of fucked over there. So I think I might need some kind of fog. Now what's interesting, right, is however the settings were for this ocean. But the thing is, we're not using Gaia's ocean and weather system. We're using Gaia's ocean and Unistorm's weather system. And I feel like that's the point where everything started to like not gel so well together. It's like, I think it's something to do with, yeah, no, as soon as we come down here, look, the fucking geometry for that ocean, it just looks like shit. But the default settings that I had for it, though, I'm pretty sure it didn't, it's only started looking like that recently. And I changed, one of the things I changed was to improve performance. I changed it down. I changed a lot of settings, right? And one of the things I changed is I I changed it to a low poly ocean because I was trying to... It was taking up most of my fucking resources, and it's like, well, the game isn't about a fucking ocean. Like, there's a lot of other stuff I want in this game. I don't want the ocean taking all of the resources up. So I swapped it to low poly, and I feel like that's the point where it was like, okay, now I'm gonna look like shit. Like, it doesn't look like shit if you look at it like up close and stuff. Like, all this stuff is great. It's fine. It doesn't need to be any higher poly than this. Like, so these areas look great as soon as you get, like, close to it or whatever. But that fucking horizon, Jesus. And I don't know what that is, and I don't know how to fix it. And look, it's doing it here on the way back to land. Look at that. That looks like shit. We know it's not reflections because I turned reflections off, because reflections were always fucking broken. They weren't working very well at all. Because there were screen space reflections and they just weren't doing a very good job of including everything. But you can see how much it's like broken up here. Especially over out on the horizon. It's like things just aren't syncing up quite right. And it looks like fucking garbage. I can't actually get out of the ocean right now because I haven't done like transitions from swimming to climbing yet. That's the last thing I need to do. So she can probably get back onto land here where it's incredibly shallow, and it's just a simple transition. Yeah, there we go. She can handle that. But if I try to climb, if her climbing mechanics get triggered from within the water, at the moment it just breaks everything because we haven't coded anything to handle that yet. So that's why I was trying to avoid that. Yeah, so here we are again, right? Just like I'm trying to make progress on one thing. Yeah, that's climbing still needs fixing. Not too worried about it just yet. Yeah, I think the next thing to do then is to try and fix the horizon of the ocean because it looks like fucking shit. And I don't even know what's causing that. So I think, okay, everything's looking pretty good aside from that though. Well, for the most part. Right, let's give it a quick backup. Because if I'm going to be changing ocean settings and shit, trying to fix this, we could break it to the point where we're going to need to restore from backup. The file names are too long for the recycle bin. Too long for the recycle bin. Yeah, don't worry. It's not like a project that I've like dedicated my entire life to at this point over the course of like the past month. So yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about recycling it. I mean, thankfully, I do like 2 or 3 backups a day anyway, so I've got more backups of this than anything I've ever backed up in my entire life. So we'd be okay. But I do find it ironic how Windows is like, oh, I mean, what file names are too long? Like, what, these? Like, they're not that fucking long. Like, Jesus Christ, Windows, what is it? 2023 or fucking 1986? Like, file names are too long. Just not an error message you expect to see in 2023, is it? Right, this might make me feel better. Let's have a look at our list of things I said I wanted to do like weeks ago, whenever it was. Okay, I did that. I animated the lighthouse. I did that. Scout camp, we haven't finished that yet. We haven't even started that yet. We haven't started that. That's almost done, I would say. That's done, pretty much. Human Town. Underground tombs, yeah, we haven't even started that. Lake, we did that. Yeah, we started like kind of thinking about this. Fix the sun and moon. Well, I thought this is another fucking thing. I kind of did that as well, right? The thing is, I can now see the sun, which is nice, but I still can't see the fucking moon. So I half fixed this one. I'll give it a half complete, right? Make it snow. We haven't done that yet. Although it already hails, so it sort of. Oh, create. Oh no, I still haven't done that. Character invisibility layer for climbing camera. Add pit of spikes. I haven't done that. But bat enemy AI. Haven't done any enemy AI. Didn't finish the Sealy puzzle. Haven't done that yet, but started trying to do it, and then other things kind of distracted me. Survival handbook is kind of well on its way. I'll give that a half a mark. Player settings, mesh quality audio, that's completely done, including this. Yep, save load system, completely done. I mean, it needs upgrading as we introduce more systems, but yeah, that's actually done. That's done. Object tracking, not done yet. Main story, not done yet. Swimming! We've done swimming. I mean, yeah, some of that stuff's done. So how many ticks did we get out of the billion things we've got to do there? You know what? I scored 10, right? So there's 2 here, right? There's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I scored 10 out of. These are 2 each. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 22, 4, 6, 8, 30, 2, 4, 6. I scored 10 out of 36. So we're a third. We're almost a third of the way done. This game's almost a third complete. Yeah, sure. Right, does it look broken in the editor? The good news is it actually does look broken in the editor. Somewhat. Not as broken as it does in play mode. But if we get to about here, it does. Yeah, I think the closer you are to like looking at this plane horizontally. Is it like a scale issue or anything? So its scale is set to 111. So it's at its default scale. Yeah, as expected, scale does nothing to help it. It didn't make any difference at all. Has anybody else mentioned this ever? Apparently SodaStream has a model called the Gaia, so it's like, oh, my Gaia's leaking water. Oh my god. It's just, especially when I'm fixing other people's broken shit, I'm so fucking sick of this. Like, I've got enough of my own broken shit to deal with without fixing somebody else's broken fucking shit. Well, who fucking knows? Because you know how bad Google is. So who fucking knows? People may well have mentioned water gaps in the mesh, but Google ain't gonna fucking find it for us. Google only finds sponsored search results these days. Not much good for anything else. Okay, let's just see what we can do. Using PWS, Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like, I don't understand what the fuck is going on there, right? This should show me. Oh, it went to scene, that's why. Why doesn't PWS water show up? Do you see what I mean? Like, I can't put it back now. Okay, Control and Z brought it back. But, like, how the fuck am I meant to find that? I click it. It shows me this, which is an asset, not a fucking material. And it shows me this shader. Do you know what I think? You know what I think it is? I think this happens anywhere. Because if you look, there's something called a horizon water material. So I think what's happening, I think they're aware of it, whoever made this. And so what they normally do is they mask the horizon with a horizon water material. That's what I think. Fade start, fade distance. I don't see this affecting anything. It doesn't look like any of this is actually changing anything. It's like this isn't actually the thing that's the thing. It's so fucking weird. Right, the way I got into it last time was by doing this, double clicking it. But that ain't changing anything either. Oh, something's overriding it. Because that's not actually being applied. It's so weird. It's hard just to get this material in the first place. And then when I do, like, it's like there's two versions of it or something, and like one of the versions I can change and it affects what I'm seeing, but it's hard to get that to show up in the inspector, and I don't know why. And clicking it doesn't reveal where it is in the project like every other fucking material on the planet. It's like, I don't know how this is set up, but it's like I can't fucking get to it half the time, which makes this an even bigger problem to fix, because I can't get to the fucking materials in the first place. They never show up in the inspector in the project. So it says element 0. It's saying these are materials. But if I look for those materials, okay, that is affecting that now. Shit, I can't remember what I had it set to. I think I had it set to 0.15. Right, translucency doesn't seem to change. It doesn't seem to solve this problem. Right, neither does that. Neither does that. Layer fade. Now I think, I don't know. I don't know if that maybe is what's supposed to fade the horizon out. It doesn't look like there's anything here to fix this problem. But there is something called a horizon water material, which makes me think that there's supposed to be something here that masks this problem and also gives it, like, you know, because even when it's not broken up like this, it's like a sharp line between where the ocean ends and where the sky begins, which I don't think it would look like that in the real world. You'd have some kind of blurring or fog or something. So I feel like there's a part to this system that's missing at the moment, and I don't know why. And if we change profiles, does it fix anything? Ah, now, interesting. Now, I don't like that one as much, but I changed to clear blue ocean and we get a much nicer transition between where the ocean starts and where the ocean ends. Let's just play that and see what it looks like. That does look a lot better. It's like there's something wrong with the clear blue ocean profile or something. Or maybe again it's like the difference between low poly and higher poly. So I need to keep an eye on my performance. But yeah, look, this one's back to being bright as fuck. No, we still have the mesh problems, look. We still have the same issues. And now we're back to everything being too bright and white and reflective. So it's like the worst of both worlds. Jesus, I fucking swear to God, why is this so fucking bad? Yeah, actually, no, I didn't. I had it set to Deep Blue Ocean, didn't I? I did change it to low poly at one point, I think, but it looks like I changed it back. Yeah, no matter what we do, we seem to get this bullshit. New user profile 6. Is that actually making a difference at runtime, though? Mesh type circle plane. How do I know if this is actually working at runtime? Water size, water mesh quality, very low. Now very low looks better actually. That's a lot. That's much better. There's less interference over there. It still looks okay to me. I think it still looks okay. Once I get rid of this over-reflective bullshit. Yeah, the horizon's still kind of broken up a little bit, but it's better than it was. So are you telling me that the higher quality mesh that I go, the more that becomes a problem? Pretty much, yeah. And that's going to be eating up. Look at the state of that. That's like high quality mesh. Look at the fucking state of it. Okay, so that helps. That helps. So go to mesh quality. Set it to low. Or very low. I think we said it's a very low, didn't we? Basically, the lower the better, it would seem. So then it has to be the mesh that's causing the problem then, right? So I wonder if I change this water size, if it's going to make any difference. We can try it. It seems to be affected at runtime. Yeah, it's back to being reflective and fucking white and dog shit again, but we can fix that. If I can ever get back to the fucking material to change it. Yeah, look at that. We've got no interference at all now on the horizon. Now, I still want to fog it out a bit. I still think that, like, sharp line between, like, where the ocean ends and where the... Oh, yeah, and we get a little bit of interference as we come down to sea level. So we're going to notice it when we're swimming, probably. Yeah, we can see it a little bit when we're swimming. But that feels like we've only got a few pixels, right? That we could mask, maybe. So I feel like with just the few pixels... Okay, let's see what other options we have. So under mesh, this seemed to be the thing that helped. What if we make it 10 times smaller? I feel like that's even better. But what's probably going to happen, we make it too small. Oh my god, that's perfect. Yeah, but you know what's going to happen now, right? We make it too small. And probably what's going to happen is you'll notice it. Mind you, I know what we could do. Oh my god, that would actually really help with performance as well. Okay, we can cheat. So here's what I think is going to happen. So there you go, turning it down to 150. Maybe that's a little bit too small. About 500. I think we get away with 500. So turning it down to 500, I'll certainly, let's do 400. So turning it down really low will do two things. It will increase performance. For some reason we're flying right now. I'm not quite sure why that is. What the fuck is causing that? Oh, you know why? I know why. Because we swam outside of the world. That's why. That's what happens when we swim outside of the world. Okay, so set it to 400. I don't know, 300, whatever, right? Yeah, you can see what happens here, right? We're on the outskirts of the island. The problem is you set it too low, and what's happening is the ocean follows us around, right? I guess that must be where it's like, oh, is it a circle or is it a plane? That's what that means. I thought it meant like the wave generation thing. Yeah, so what basically happens, right, is it generates an ocean and follows the player. So when you're out swimming in it and it's water size 300, you can't tell. But the problem with it being 300 here is we can see it right now. The problem with it being really small right here, right now, while we're on land, is there you go, the ocean's gone. The ocean's gone because it's so small, and we can see it now coming out. The ocean's so small that basically we just haven't traveled out far enough for it to render it. So obviously we can't just set it to like a really low value like this, because then we lose the ocean when we're stood on top of a cliff. However, it's mainly a problem visually. It's mainly a problem when we get down to sea level, and especially when we start swimming. So what we could do is we could change the size of the ocean to this when we're actually swimming in it. Because you can't really tell. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can't really tell that the ocean is smaller than the island. You really can't tell. And then that does a few things, right? It increases performance because we're not rendering as much. It fixes the mesh issues that we have on the horizon of all that broken, horrible mesh. And well, that's basically the two things that it does. So we could probably have higher quality mesh then, can't we, if we're making it better quality? No, even turning that up to low mesh, interestingly, even turning that up to low mesh still creates more of an issue on the horizon. Yeah, very low looks so much better. And is going to be better for performance. But as soon as we start to increase this, right, to like a size that actually covers the full ocean, we start to get that problematic horizon bullshit going on again, right? So yeah, I think maybe the solution is to mix and match, right? If we're on the island, it's ironic, isn't it? You would expect it to be the other way around. But if we're on the island, because we could be stood high up, and we could be seeing quite a lot of ocean, we make the ocean really, really big. Because it needs to render the ocean out into all the way over to the horizon, right? But if we actually get into the ocean and start swimming, then we can shrink it down really small so that those horizon glitches disappear. And then we also can massively improve performance. Although the performance shouldn't be that bad out there anyway. Because it's not like there's a whole lot going on out in the ocean anyway. You really don't want to do it for me, do you? Wait, I've got a better idea. Because if you look at the polygon count, right? An ocean of 3,000. Okay, I think I've figured out what the solution should be. An ocean of 3,000 creates 45,000 polygons at very low mesh quality. Right? Just still a lot of polygons. When we dial it down to 300, we only have 450 polygons, which is actually kind of nuts. But we can't see the ocean, right? So I think I figured out what the solution is. So what I should do is I should make a 300 sized ocean at low polygon count, which is 450 polygons. And then what I should do is I should parent trying to think. Basically just a bunch of flat planes, right? A bunch of flat planes. So we'll find out what size this is at 300. Here's what we do. Here's what we do. Here's what we do. Right, so say this is our ocean. Our actual ocean. Low polygon count. Why is it doing that? I fucking hate paint. What are you doing? Just fucking... Ah! There's our ocean, right? It's 300 by 300. But we can't see the ocean past the horizon. Also, if the ocean's following the player, although you can look behind the player. Yeah, no, it doesn't even really matter, right? It's going to be low cost anyway, right? Because this is the only place where we're generating waves, and what's causing that distortion is the waves generated too far away from the camera's frustum, right? So what we do is we make another copy of the ocean, and another copy of the ocean, and another copy of the ocean, and another copy of the ocean. But these are all flat planes, right? We have one polygon for each of these, or whatever it would be, 4 polygons for a square. Whatever a plane is, right? So we just have flat planes that look identical to the ocean, but they don't have any of the ocean's geometry on them. Now we might have to do this a couple more times and surround it with more. But basically what this should allow us to do is... Where's my paintbrush? So this is us, the player. We'll always be in the middle of this. So when we're swimming, we get ocean waves because we're in the middle of the ocean. And everything we see out in the distance is just a flat plane. Because that's all it needs to be when it's that far away. It just needs to be a flat plane. And then that way we save on tons of geometry. We solve the problem of, oh, we need to be able to see the ocean out really, really far. And we also solve the problem of the distortion on the horizon with the geometry when it gets far away. So we solve all problems in one by making an ocean with waves that's very, very small around the player. And then the rest of them are just fake oceans that are just flat, just to render out the appearance of the ocean going all the way out to the horizon. I think that's the solution. It's fucking nuts that I have to do this. Like, shouldn't the ocean system do this on its own? Like, I don't know. It's kind of crazy that, you know, this half-assed ocean system doesn't consider stuff like this. But whatever. But yeah, I think that should solve the problem, right? Because you can't see, if that was a flat plane, right, beyond what we can see now, where the edge is, if that was a flat plane, as long as it matches the, you know, the translucency and everything else, it's basically exactly the same as the ocean, but with no waves, with no polygons. It's not like you're going to be able to see when it's that far away. It's not like you're going to be there going, I don't think there's any waves in that ocean past a certain point. And yeah, well, fucking no shit. Because if we do generate those waves, we just create distortion on the horizon and it looks like shit. And we're also like, it's also expensive to generate all those polygons and animate them constantly, right? So like, why waste the performance on something that you can't see? It's pointless. And when you do see it, it looks like shit, right? On the horizon. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna do. Single-handedly fix the ocean. Believe it or not, I need a wee again. Sometimes it's like that when I drink tea. I'll be back.
Oh,
All right, let's do this. Let's do this. $300, very low. Very nice. Okay, and the water surface is the object that we want to sort of replicate, right? So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate the water surface, okay? I'm going to call it north. Because what I'll do is I'll make one. How are you meant to use this piece of shit program? I never used this, as you can see. What I'll do is I'll do like a north, a northeast, a northwest, a west, an east, southwest, south, southeast. Now you could argue, well, why don't you attach this to the camera and then you only have to do these because the camera doesn't see what's behind it anyway. So as the camera rotates, you just rotate all of these. There's a few reasons I don't want to do that. See, the ocean following the player is something that's built into the ocean system, and because it has waves, I don't think the ocean rotates with the player. I think it just follows the player's lateral position, the horizon, whatever you would call that, right? It doesn't move up and down with the player, but it obviously moves forwards, backwards, left and right with the player. I also don't think it rotates. And if we rotate the ocean with the camera or the player, I think it's going to affect the waves. And the way swimming works is that even though there are waves in the ocean, the waves are static. It's like an optical illusion, right? The waves are static. So because the ocean moves with the player, we're able to set the player submerged in water at a certain level without finding out the height of each wave, because the waves are actually static. But if we rotate the waves with the player, I suppose they should stay static in relativity to the player. Still, I don't, yeah. Plus, it's like, this is going to be so low cost, right? Each one of these is going to be a plane. It's going to be so low cost that it doesn't matter. And plus, occlusion culling will probably just ignore these anyway, so don't need to worry about it. I think the player's pointing north at the start, so pretty sure this would be north. Probably want to get rid of the map for now. So we can stitch this up. Why does my middle mouse not fucking work? I need it. Can I not move without the middle mouse button? Are you serious? Doesn't look like it. Fucking joke. Come with the keyboard. It's gonna take a while to set up, not gonna lie. Once it's done, should, in theory, solve all of our problems. Yeah, so we can see two oceans now, right? But the problem is we don't want geometry on the second one. It defeats the whole fucking point. That's weird. I disabled the script on one of them, and it turned off the cloud reflections on both of them. It's because it's a prefab. Okay, the first thing I need to do, yeah, of course it is, it's blue. Okay, so we need to unpack this prefab for one thing. I'm wondering if the script controls the waves. I'm wondering a lot of things. I don't know what moves either. If only the water surface moves, then we're going to need to parent north to the water surface. I don't really know if we can tell. I turned the script on and it moved back to where the other one was. So we definitely need the script disabled. Let's run it again. Can we mute that music? I'm so fucking sick of hearing it. So what if I move as the player now? Okay, they drift apart from each other. Yeah, I thought they would. Okay, so let's try that again. And we'll parent north to water surface. With the script off, water surface should move north through itself, which is what we want. I still don't know whether that's actually got geometry on it or not, though. Okay, so now the player's moving and they move together, which is what we want. Right, the issue is I don't know that we need our terrain on. I don't know whether that hasn't got geometry on it or not. I guess we'll soon find out, right? Yeah, I also don't think it's big enough either. So what we probably do is make it like 2 or 3 times bigger in the dimension that we're like compensating for. And then obviously we're going to need to rotate each one of those depending on its orientation in respect to the original, right? Yeah, it's hard to tell. I'm seeing a little bit of distortion on the horizon, but nothing to be too concerned about. Especially when I add like a fog layer over there, I don't think it'll be a problem. All right, we can't swim too far out as well, because once we go to the edge of the world here, the edge of the land, Sadie starts glitching and she just starts swim flying because she doesn't know what to do. Yeah, so that's the edge of the world there. So we can't go any further out than this at the moment because we haven't. Yeah, she gets confused when she can't find the ground anymore because there is no ground. We've run out of ground. Yeah, so we can't swim any further out than this right now. So that clearly is fine. Yeah, I think maybe it doesn't have geometry in it. I think by disabling that script, we disabled the wave generation. So now we have a flat plane. I don't know, because I am still seeing some distortion there on the horizon, and I feel like that's more distortion than what I would see. Let's try turning it off and see if we see any difference. That's kind of weird. The water level changes. The water level changes when we turn that on, which would suggest that it's on top of the other one. Wait, that's not what's happening at all. That's kind of strange. What the fuck's going on there? We can see the arrow to show where we are. So we are like over there somewhere. This is our new plane. So I don't really know what the problem is. Yeah, have you noticed the water level as well is going up and down? What the fuck is going on there? The water level is now going up and down. Now that's not supposed to happen. Um, I don't know what is happening. Yeah, so it's going up, 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 almost up to a head, and it starts to drain back down again. So there's some strange motion on this that's not supposed to be happening. But what's interesting, oh no, that's probably just the wave generation then. You've already noticed that before though. I feel like that wasn't happening before. It's doing that on the actual water surface. So I think maybe that's the wave generation. I mean, it's not the end of the world, right? It's fine, I guess. Why is she stuck in sprint mode as well? She's stuck in sprint mode for some reason. Okay, so the up and downness isn't caused by... Okay, I've got a great idea. I've got a great idea. I've got a great idea. Are you ready? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to get our position of water surface and we're going to apply it to our new water, which you can barely see out there on the horizon. So that's our flat plane. But don't forget that this really isn't a solution for when we're in the water anyway. So this proves what I was saying, right? When you're in the water, do you really need to render any more water past 300? Because look, That's how little of it you can see. This is how little of the water you can see past 300. But this is so that when you're up on a cliff, when you're up on a hill and you're looking out to the ocean, it still looks like there's ocean out there, right? But what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring this water to where the other one is, because then we can study it and find out if it has mesh, because that's very important. Otherwise this whole thing falls apart. So if I paste the position, it disappears. What the fuck? That wasn't supposed to happen. Okay, copy the position of the actual legitimate water surface and paste that position to our fake water. Why? Why can't I see it? Where the fuck is it? What is going on? Okay, I don't know what it's doing over there. I don't know why it's over there. It's not supposed to be over there. Right, I don't know why that's over there. It should be where the other one was. But fine, I'll fucking bring it over here with my bare hands. It won't let me move it. Some code must be interfering with this position. Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. Okay, yeah, okay, we need to unparent it from that. That's why. Hooray! Okay. Now we can study. Yeah, you see that? That's really bad news. So again, the water's going up and down, which proves that even though this doesn't have the water script on it, it's still generating geometry. That's bad. So that's probably the PWS shader that's doing that. Well, that's a shame. Okay, plan B. Plan B. So we create a plane, right? We create a plain old plane. Okay. My fucking middle mouse just doesn't want to... Can I get my USB mouse or something? It don't fucking work like this. I'm so sick of this shit. Here, we're using a wired mouse like a fucking caveman because... Hello? Camera. Deactivate. Activate. There, we're back. I'm using a wired mouse like a fucking caveman because... This fucking piece of shit Corsair mouse is like, I don't know, a year and a half old. And it's been nothing but fucking dog shit. So I use this Corsair mouse instead. And I'll never buy Corsair. Oh my god, we finally have a middle mouse button. Unbelievable. The small pleasures in life. It's really a pleasure. It's like a fucking an essential tool. Right. What I would probably want to do is put it slightly lower than the water, right? Should be about there, I think. I mean, if we really want to check, we can check its position. It's So I'll call it Fake Ocean North. And it wants to be a child of the main water surface, right? It's 25.2. And this is minus 0.6. That should be fine. It should be fine. And I think what I should do is let's make it the same width as the actual ocean. But let's make it go way further out. Let's make sure there isn't a gap. Nope. That's pretty much perfect on that side. This is goes a little bit too far out on the other side, so I'm just gonna try to fix that. This is gonna be huge. Yeah, it's gonna be huge because we're so far away from it. Yeah, it's a little bit short now on that side. It's just gonna be trial and error, I think, until we get it right. Don't really want any gaps. It's gonna be a gap. So now bring it this way a little bit and expand it a little bit more. Try that. Looks good. I don't know how accurate I need to be here. Obviously, the more accurate I am, the better. Can we not just get like dimensions of this? No, it's just like scale 1. So that would be a no. Oh wow, that's a huge difference. I don't think we need to be that accurate, but yeah, I mean, you know, the more accurate we are, the better. Because I don't know what kind of noises and, you know, issues we might have where the seams are If we get like Z plane fighting and stuff like that, that could be an issue. So yeah, like I said, the more accurate we get this, the better. But at the same time, I don't want to spend the next 6 months on it. Right, okay, so I think that looks good. It can come this way a little bit more. A little bit more. Try that. Okay, it overlaps slightly, this side. Ah, fuck! Not gonna lie, this is super fucking frustrating. It's getting to the point where like mouse movements are like just not accurate enough. I might have to start getting into those numbers and tweaking them. That's one notch on the mouse. That was as small an increment as I could make. You know what? That's fucking close enough. Honestly, I think that's probably close enough. Right, now, next question is, if we apply that PWS material, which I'm pretty sure it won't let me select. Yeah, it doesn't exist as a material. It's not just a normal material. So I don't know what the fuck is going on there, to be honest. Oh my god. So how am I supposed to do this then? I mean, we might just have to try and match it visually as best we can. But it's just, I just don't understand why it lists it as a material. And when I click it, it's like, oh, this doesn't exist anywhere in your project. Well, it must be fucking somewhere. Right? Now, that's also a shader. But then this shows me the PWS PW Water shader. But first I would need to select its material. How about this? How about this? Lock this panel. Give me another... How the fuck do I do that? Give me another inspector that's not locked. Okay. Now give me this. Use this. It won't let me. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is there. I've never seen that happen before. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe it's like part of the prefab or something. I really don't know. But it's listing it as a material. But then even if I click this, I can't set it back, right? So it's like, even if I click this material in here, right? And then it shows me none. And I go to all my materials and I type PWS or I type water. Like it doesn't show up. Like it's saying it doesn't exist. But clearly it fucking does because it's set in here. So I don't know what's going on there. But this just means that I can't set this plane with this material, which is a real pain in the ass because I really need to do that. But it's just not going to let me do it. And this is why, like, it just feels like I'm banging my head against the fucking brick wall with this game. Every time I try and do something, it's just like... Everything's like an epic fucking battle. Right. I might just have to try to match it as best I can visually. I mean, look, the thing is as well, right? I just proved it, didn't I, right? I just swam out into the middle of the ocean, turned on the ocean that we're faking now, and you saw like 3 pixels of it because it's so far away. So it probably doesn't have to look too much like this, to be completely honest. But obviously, the closer we can make it look, the better, right? And especially considering like day and night cycles exist in this game and weather and different lighting conditions. And so, you know, it may look like one thing during a sunny day, and it might look like something completely fucking different when the fog comes. But like, there's not really a whole lot I can do about it. What I'll do is let's go into materials. PWS, PW. I'm going to call it PWS PW water fake. Okay. I'm going to assign the PWS. It won't let me. It's fucking great, isn't it? Wait. Okay, I can give it the PWS PW water shader. Okay. Unlock that. Copy these component values onto here. So why does that look like that? Yeah, it's obviously not enough. It doesn't make it look like that. Fuck's sake, this is so fucking ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. It has exactly the same properties as the other one. See, here it says it's using Gaia ocean material. So which is it? No, that's not what I asked for at all. I said Gaia ocean, motherfucker. I said Gaia ocean, bitch. Maybe, I mean, you got to remember, right? We're not generating geometry on this one, so but like it really doesn't look much like it at all to me. So Gaia Ocean is also using PWS shader. I don't know. Let's just see what that looks like. I mean, yeah, it looks kind of fucking obvious, doesn't it, right? That is not the same as that. It's not doing a very good job of convincing somebody stood on a cliff that that's all part of the same motion. I just I I just don't know what I'm supposed to do. I'm so sick of it being like this. It's like I I I I, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. If I can't get this looking like that, or at least, you know, close to it, then this isn't gonna work. And it's fucking nuts to me that like this is an issue. Like, I swear this isn't supposed to be a fucking issue. Like, I feel like I'm missing something. Like, I have to be fucking missing something, right? Like, is it something like anti-aliasing or something? Or aliasing, however it's fucking pronounced. Oh, that was low. Yeah, that was low graphics quality. Shader quality. I was gonna say, am I really using fucking low? Or maybe there's like something in post-processing that I can switch on to fix this. Oh, this is fucking such a fucking nightmare. I don't see a way of getting this to work if I can't access this thing's fucking material, and I don't know how to do that. I don't even know if I can do that. It's not making any fucking sense because normally I just fucking click the material and it's as simple as that. But this is like, no, material doesn't exist. Fuck you. Of course it is. Of course it is. Is there something in post-processing I can use to like mask or fix this? Fucking hell, this is so fucking ridiculous. This is so unbelievably ridiculous. And I lost my changes to the reflectivity, right? Because we stopped it looking so fucking white and now it's back to looking like fucking white again. Is it this one? No. It's that one. Yeah, we changed this before and now it's back. Just see if it stops, changes. I fucking knew it was going to do that. Fuck you. Fuck you. Let me... Oh my god, I fucking swear to god. See, this thing is so fucking stupid. It's unbelievable. I have to go in to edit the script, which I don't want to do because I don't fucking build shaders for a living, to then change the fucking value. Like, this is the most awkward fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. Such bullshit. I mean... Maybe that's it. Maybe we should just ditch Gaia's fucking ocean system and replace it with something else. Because clearly it's fucking dog shit. Fucking god. All I've heard all day is fucking drills going off. Okay, that's because we changed it from plane to round. So go back to... It's so hard to fucking concentrate when all you can use fucking drills all day. I need to change my atomizer because it's starting to taste a bit funky. All fucking day. Right. So we changed that back to circle. Need our terrain back on. I mean, right now it actually looks pretty good. Because we turned the mesh down to the lowest quality. But it's as we come down here, it starts to look like shit. Wait a minute. Wait, it's actually looking... Why is it looking good all of a sudden? That's just a fluke. Right, somehow it's looking good. Oh, well, it was, kind of. Yeah, okay, it started getting a little bit glitchy over there, but it's not too bad. It's probably the best we've ever seen it be. It's quite reflective again. Did those settings change themselves back again? Yeah, they changed themselves back again. For fuck's sake. Seriously, you're driving me fucking insane. Why is it doing this? And then it won't let me... Oh my fucking god. 1-5. Save. And also we'll turn the terrain back on while we're at it. Play. Fucking hell, it's like banging your head against a brick wall. It's like I change it and then it just changes it straight back again for no fucking reason. Right, this is the best it's ever looked, to be completely honest. Yeah, I mean it's still got some shit going on over there on the horizon. Yeah, it's not. I just don't get it. Like, I feel like it didn't do that originally when I first installed all this stuff, but then I started trying to, you know, make things look the way I wanted them to look, and then slowly everything starts to fucking fall apart. And I don't really understand what would be the cause of that. Like, I know it's the mesh. I know it's struggling. We obviously swum off. Yeah, once you gain some height there, we swim off the edge of the map, which is why we're flying now. Yeah, once you gain some height, it looks fine because it's like the height of the mesh, right? It's like once you're down there, you're looking across the flat plane. That's where the mesh has the biggest impact in terms of its height, right? I'm not sure why I also don't know what broke my objective marker so that now it bounces when it's trying to snap to the edge of the screen. Never used to do that. Something else that broke all on its own. No fucking logical reason. Yeah, I mean, it's quite bad. It's going to look even worse in full screen. Because when I swap from like a slightly smaller screen window, I think it's less noticeable than when you maximize the screen. Shit, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do that. Yeah, but no, for fuck's sake. 16 by 9. So in full screen mode, like, you know, running in full screen, like an actual video game. Oh, that's interesting. The waypoint marker doesn't jitter around when we have a bigger screen. Okay, that's good news. So maybe that isn't broken. Maybe it's just something that happens when we're viewing it in smaller screen mode. I don't know. You know what? I've never ever built this project once yet because I was just nowhere near ready for that. Right, we don't want to swim off the edge of the map. We know what happens when we do. So we'll try and stay within the bounds of the map. Yeah, okay, so the only thing I can think is if we can apply some kind of fog. I can't believe I do like it's unbelievable to me that there isn't something already that would allow us to do that. So that's bloom. I thought there was a anti-aliasing post process effect. I know there is because I've seen it, but it's not giving me an option to add it. Because that's the only other thing that I think might help with something like this. Ambient occlusion, I don't think that would help. None of those would help. Or is it on the camera? I feel like it might be a setting on the camera. Anti-aliasing, we've already got it turned on. We've got SMA quality low. Try turning that up to medium. We also got deferred fog enabled, but all these fog options that I've tried, like none of them seem to do anything. I don't think they're working. So I don't know. I don't know what the solution is. I really don't. I really don't. Maybe I could change the camera's far clipping plane so that it just doesn't include that geometry. That's an option, I guess. Maybe actually that is not a bad idea. And maybe we just apply that when we're like down at the water level or something. I don't fucking know. I guess that is an option. It looks better than it did. Since I turned the mesh quality down to the lowest. It's a hell of a lot better than it was earlier, but I'm still not happy with it. Still looks like shit. Yeah, so what we could do, obviously anti-aliasing hasn't fucking helped at all. So another thing we could do is if we go to, I think it's play, follow, camera. Actually, swim camera, yeah, that's quite interesting. Actually, swim camera is the one we'd want to do it on the most, I guess. We've got a far clipping plane here that we can turn down. It's gonna change the sky, though, isn't it? So 1000 fixes it, but we also lose our Unistorm sky, right? So it needs to be higher than 1000 but lower than 2000. So let's try 1500. Yeah, it's got the same issues on it. That doesn't fix it at all. 1200. Yeah, now we've lost our Unistorm sky. You know what I think I realize as well? See, when we turn this down, let's turn it to something ridiculous, right? The lower we put that, look, it's barely, like, it will only render up to that lighthouse, right? I actually think that looks better, right? And that's with Unity's default skybox, right? Or whatever that is, solid color. I think that's a default skybox. Because it blends the ocean into the horizon better. And it also obviously stops that issue from occurring with the weird textures and stuff on the horizon. Yeah, but you know what else, right? Is I'm noticing. So this is again Unity's skybox, right? I think that looks better. I really do. But we don't want clipping to be that small, because if you look at the island right now, like half of it's outside of draw distance, do you know what I mean? I suppose it's alright. But yeah, I mean, the further we get away from the island, I need to be careful I don't go off the map here. I've got a while yet. I muted it, didn't I? Yeah, I was thinking, why can't I hear my game's sound effects, but I did mute it because I got frustrated hearing the music over and over again. Oh, that was kind of weird. Yeah, we do get some weird rendering issues down here underwater, I have to admit. Right, that's the edge of the map, so we don't want to go off there. Just want to come back up to the surface and see what we can see. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, I can't win. Like I said, I just can't fucking win. So I actually think, look at that, right? That's what Unity's fog system is doing, right? I think that looks fucking great, right? Unity's fog system is kind of hiding a lot of the detail, but it looks like there's an island there and we're quite far away from it. And I think that looks great. I think that looks so much better than... We are still getting some geometry issues on the ocean though, even at 700 clipping plane. So clearly clipping plane is not the answer to our problem either. There probably isn't a fucking answer to our problem because I'm fucking cursed, right? But yeah, as we increase the clipping plane, we'll see... There we go. We'll see the... Oh, to be fair, we've got the same fog effect actually from Unistorm. Yeah, okay, so that actually is not what I expected. For a brief moment there, I actually thought, oh, you know what? I think it's Unistorm's clipping, like everything that's Unistorm Skybox and such, that's causing these weird texture glitches on the ocean to begin with. But it's really not. It's... I don't know what that is. I really don't know what that is. I mean, I feel like it shouldn't be happening. Whatever that is, it shouldn't be happening. It's probably like a fucking Unity issue, you know what I mean? Like it's something deeply fucking fucked up with the Unity system. I wonder if it's because we're rendering like deferred or something. But Gaia made me render fucking deferred. Like if I try to render forward, it just starts shouting at me. And I think it breaks other things, so that's why we're in deferred. So yeah, changing clipping planes ain't gonna solve our problem either. But that's another issue that I have, right? Is like, I think it's because the ocean is not affected by things like fog. So clearly the island is affected by things like fog, right? Because it's clearly foggy weather right now. And everything from the lighthouse to the hills over there. And it looks fucking great. I love this weather's fog system. It looks fantastic. However, it makes that ocean problem a million times worse. Because it's like that ocean, which makes sense because I think it's a shader graph, right? It's like that ocean and that horizon just isn't affected by fog like everything else is. And it just looks ridiculous. But there's the sunset. I got so many bugs to fix in this thing, it's unbelievable. I don't know, and I kind of feel like, I don't know, maybe I'm like, maybe I really am overreacting. Like maybe it's not such a big deal. Maybe it doesn't look so bad or whatever. But I think it just ruins the whole fucking thing. I really do. I think it looks like shit. And like there are times like now it looks pretty good. Like at nighttime it doesn't look too bad. Like I said, the problem really starts to show itself. And I think this is why it's become more prevalent as well, because we just introduced swimming, right? And now we're at this level where it's like it's much more noticeable at this kind of camera height. And obviously now that we can actually start swimming and stuff, it's... But I mean, yeah, it's probably not that big a deal. Like, you know, okay, big wows. Like, is it game breaking? No. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, if you said, oh yeah, I played this great game and it's great, I love it, you're a Girl Scout. Oh yeah, is it a good game? Oh yeah, it's a good game. Like, what would your biggest complaint about it be? Like, what's the... Like, what looks... I don't know, what would you say was its biggest flaw or whatever? Like, if you turn around and said, oh, well, you know, when you go, you can basically go swimming and diving in the ocean and stuff. And when you're on the ocean, sometimes, like, the horizon looks a bit funky. And you get this weird, like, jittering on the horizon. Like, that doesn't sound like the worst thing ever. I don't think that sounds like a reason not to play the game. Or buy it or whatever. I really don't. But at the same time, like... You know, it shouldn't be happening, right? We should be able to do something about it. I refuse to accept that, like, it can't be fixed or disguised or something. Fuck, she's climb glitched again. Oh, she's probably climb glitched. There you go. Yeah, we've got so many things to fix. And yeah, I should probably be fixing my mechanics before I... But no, that's fine. Like, I can fix the mechanics whenever. It's just a bit of tweaking here and there. And that's the thing. Fixing my mechanics probably won't take that long. When you think that, like, every time I try and fix... What is it now? It's been like 5.5 hours. I feel like most of my time today has been spent trying to fucking solve this ocean problem with the horizon. It's gone on for hours now, or it feels like hours. And I'm just getting fucking nowhere with it. I mean, I think I've improved it slightly, but yeah, it's still not... It's still by no means fixed. Let me restart the game, and I mean, I suppose there's no harm in having that water plane, or what was going to be a water plane, a static water plane, still there, right? Fake ocean north, like, just in case we find a way to get that material working or whatever. I'm just going to leave that there for now. It's not doing any harm, but I don't think that's going to be the solution because we can't get access to the material. But I might find a way in the future, so I'll leave it there. I don't think... Yeah, clearly clipping planes aren't going to help us here. It just looks so fucking dark, though. Why does it look so dark and miserable? This is supposed to be like the sunniest weather in the entire game. But this has always been an issue with this Unistorm. I don't know, there's something... I think it's the sky. The sky just looks so fucking miserable all the time, I think. I think it's because it's supposed to be a bright, sunny anime game, right? And this is like a realistic sky, right? And it's like, yeah! And it looks miserable. Mind you, to be fair, that's not so bad. It started raining, so at least that it matches what it's doing, I guess. Yeah, let's just get up here a sec. I hate it when she does that. Why won't she just jump onto a wall? I know why. You know what's weird about that, right? There's just literally just a value I have to change on a public property, and I can actually get to do that much better. And I still haven't gotten around to it. I literally have to change one number. And then I complain every time she won't do it. And I'm like, yeah, that's because I didn't... Oh shit, there's a hole there. Stop it, you're making my climbing mechanics look scuffed as hell. They are scuffed as hell. We'll get there. I just want to get up high so I can look at this ocean. Because we know that one thing that really did improve it was shrinking the ocean, right? Making it smaller. So there was less mesh to cause that interference pattern, right? And I don't know what this is. I don't know what's going on here. That looks like shit. Is that the edge of the world? That might be the edge of the world that we can see under the ocean. I have no idea. But it looks like shit. Um So I just wanted to come up here and have a quick look around and see if I can make that ocean any smaller. Like basically what all I'm trying to do now is like, okay, what have I learned? I've learned that this is going to be a real fucking pain in the ass to fix. I've tried everything I can think of. The only thing left is I'm going to try and apply some generic distance fog to the horizon or something that at least kind of tries to mask or disguise that. Because other than that, I'm out of ideas. But from all the things I've learned, like, okay, less polys, less mesh, smaller ocean, all these things help. So now I kind of just want to fine tune those things. It's like, okay, well, let me try and set that as low as I dare to at least, you know, get it down as much as I dare. So how does 1000 look? Oh, we're too small. How does 2000 look? It's 2/3 of what it was. I think that's fine. 2/3 of what it was looks fine. I think it needs a bit more. Let's do like 2200. Okay, yeah. I don't think I dare have it any lower than that. Yeah, I think it needs to be at least 2200. Because already, like at 2200, you can kind of see that the horizon's not straight, right? And it's kind of round. Which is a little bit dodgy. And maybe I'll set it to 2500. Yeah, you know what? I think it needs to be at least 2500. So it was 3000, so we can knock it down by 500, I think. Which might help a little bit more again. I really don't know. That doesn't look that different from 2200, to be honest. But yeah, what I think I also want to do at some point is because the water side of things is really fun, and that's what I like about Tomb Raider Underworld, right? I really like all the levels in that were like, oh, you're out on your boat, and then oh, you go and explore this underwater tomb, like you go underwater to get to it, and you went diving and stuff, and I just thought that was really cool. That was really, really, really cool. And I liked it when Genshin introduced your little boat thing and you just like, except that I think they kind of fucked that up, to be honest. They give you a boat and then you can only use it around Inazuma, and it's like, oh, the storms, you can't possibly sail it all the way to Mondstadt because of the storms. And it's just like, oh, fuck off. And so you can't use it in Liyue or Mondstadt. I don't know, like I just kind of felt like, they gave you this boat and then it's like, oh, but you can only use it in one region. That was a fucking stupid idea. Like the boat was a great idea. I love the boat, but like the fact that they limited you to where you could use that thing is what ruined it for me. And they should have just let you take it wherever you want. It's so strange to me that they don't. It's very odd. It's very, very odd. And I know there's supposed to be law behind it, but like the law doesn't really make much sense. It's bullshit. So I don't know what the fuck their deal is with that boat, but yeah, I like the boat in Genshin. I think it's really cool. So yeah, I want to do a lot of stuff with this. Yeah, I thought it looked different. So this is the clear water profile. What the hell's going on over there? I don't know what that strange shape is. The hell is that? It's probably like a fucking shadow of like something I've got floating in the sky right now. I don't really know what it is. It's very strange. And I have no idea what these white things are that keep rushing past me. I think they might be something like wind leaf effects that like are supposed to blow past me every now and again, which is ironic because I never see them on the land. But I know that they're supposed to exist. Yeah, and then I get every now and again I get these weird little glitches rendering underwater. I don't know. It's like there's a constant battle in my mind over this game where like it feels like it could be the best game ever made. Well, okay, maybe not that, but you know, it feels like it could be pretty good, and it has so much potential. And it's like, oh wow, we can do this and we can do that. And then I don't know, like, but then as I'm like, as I'm running, as I'm pissing around at it like this, things will happen and things will break. I mean, it's probably most of it's probably fixable. But some of it's like, yeah, well, I don't know why it's doing this, and like I don't even know where I would begin to fix that, and I don't really know what I'm supposed to do about it. And it's like gets a little bit depressing. Did our profile change again? Because this water looks awfully fucking white. And it's stuff like this, right? Let me just check. I bet it fucking has. Yeah, see? It's stuff like this. Unless the script is changing that, I just don't know. But like, I'm fucking banging my head against a brick fucking wall. Like, I've set that to 0.5 or whatever it was, 15. I can't remember what it was now. So many fucking times. And it's like, I might as well fucking talk to myself. It just keeps changing it back. So it's probably happening in a fucking script somewhere. Fuck. Like, Jesus Christ, like, it's just like that's a tiny part. It's like I have this fucking list of things that I need to fix, right? And I can't even get one tiny thing fixed because I'm just right back where I fucking started again. Like, yeah, I've got to deal with the weird glitchy rendering underwater if I want this to work. And I don't know what's causing that. It's probably related to occlusion culling, but it shouldn't be doing it, and I don't know how to fix it. I don't even know what the problem is yet. And now we got this fucking glitchy ass horizon that's just like got problems trying to render the mesh down at this camera level. And I really need to fix that if I want it to look better. And like, I've tried everything I can think of and I'm just, nothing's fucking working. But at the very fucking least, I want the water to stop looking like a giant bowl of fucking milk. Because it's just constantly fucking white. And all I need is for this value to be toned right down, which I've said it like so many fucking times. And it's just right back where it was. And it's just like, Jesus Christ, are you fucking for real? Like, give me a fucking break. So it's probably some script that's fucking accessing it and changing it back. I don't know. So I have to dig to find out where that's happening. So I can disable it. But it is kind of a fucking crock of shit, right? Because, like, you know, I spend hours and hours getting these mechanics to work well and look good and behave the way I want. And then it feels like all the things that are outside of my control that I also need to get this to work are just fighting against me. So it's like, okay, I finally solved my own problems that I'm trying to solve, which is what you expect, like, developing a game would be, you know, getting it to do what you want it to do. But then, like, there are all these things that are like, no, fuck you, I'm going to give you some new problems today. No, fuck you, you're going to need to fix this instead. No, fuck you, this system's going to fuck you over instead. And it's just constant. It just kind of makes you feel like, well, what's the fucking point? Because, like, as soon as I develop a new fucking fun system like swimming and diving, it just opens up 10 more cans of worms for me to fucking deal with. And that, like, none of them are the worms that I'm, do you know what I mean? That I'm trying to actually do my, like, for my own thing. It's all other people's shit. So fucking sick of it. Fuck me. If I search for smoothness within... Right, we've got a water profile editor. So that would be... I don't know what that would be. Was it 0.15 that we wanted it set to? I really don't know. I mean, I'd be happier with fucking 0, to be honest, than... Let's set it to 0.13 something. I fucking swear to God. And now, yeah, now it's going to do this, where it's locked out and it won't let me touch it until I go into edit, and then I go back, and then I can fucking set it, and I'll hit save, and what will happen? It'll get fucking changed again. Now I guess maybe I could program a script if I even knew where this was. The only thing I can find this profile attached to is a material called Gaia Ocean. But when I change those properties at runtime, nothing happens to the ocean. So instead, I have to go in here, double click this, which takes me to this, which apparently doesn't exist anywhere in my project. So I don't know what's going on there. The only thing I can think of is maybe it's something. Maybe that's another thing. What if we unpack that prefab? Like, it'll stay like that for a while, but then, like, before I fucking know it, it's just right back to where it was. Also, to be completely honest, I don't even really want it to be. I don't really want it to be clear blue ocean. I want it to be deep blue ocean. And I bet that changed it again. Yeah, now it's at 0.8. So I would assume that these, it seems like these are maybe linked to those profiles, but like I can't find them anywhere, so it's just so fucking strange. Okay, it's remembered these at least. 2,200, very low. Yeah, that's, look, has it changed it back? It's all fucking white again. Has it changed it back again? I swear to God, like it's fucking unbelievable. It's fucking unbelievable. Yeah, it's back to 0.8. This is fucking ridiculous, this. This is so ridiculous. It's gotta be fucking somewhere in here. It's gotta be fucking coming from somewhere. Gaia defaults. Like 29 results. Gaia water. PWS water system. It's got to be in one of these. What does it keep putting it to? 1.8? I've forgotten already. Pretty sure it's putting it to like 1.8. And I hate shit like this as well. Like somebody makes something and then they give you these settings and then they're like, no, fuck you. We're going to put the settings to what we want them to be. It's like, well, why make a fucking setting in the first place if you're just going to fucking override it? Like, what's the point in making... There's no point in making a setting then, is there? Just hard code it if that's the way it has to be. But it doesn't have to be like that. You're just being a prick. Stuff like that drives me mad. It's like, why the fuck are the settings for this thing then if I'm not allowed to fucking change them, you pricks? I have no fucking idea where this thing is. Gaia Water Editor? Could have fooled me. Can't edit anything in this fucking water. Fucking dog shit. Spent more time battling this fucking water system than I have actually doing my fucking swimming mechanics for my game. It's great. A fucking joke. I don't know where it's fucking happening. I can't find it anywhere. It's like it just wants to shit all over my game no matter what I do. Yeah, it's fine for now. Is that just going to magically change on its own then? Like, I know it keeps fucking changing it. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's Unistorm or something. I don't. As far, I don't get it though. I don't think Unistorm knows about this ocean system because has nothing to do with Unistorm. But then I'm pretty sure it's Unistorm that's setting those fucking colors on the water system. That's like, okay, at certain times of day, I'm gonna change those colors or whatever it is, certain weather conditions. Okay, so it's still at 0.13 right now, just to fucking make me look like I'm losing my fucking mind. But I know that thing keeps fucking changing itself. Constantly. Kinda just want to catch it doing it. Because it actually looks more like an ocean now and not like a bowl of fucking milk. Yeah, I still, like I said, I still don't know what. Obviously, we need to disable rain effects. I still don't know what those weird white things are underwater. Are there little triangles flying around? I have no idea what they are. They look like little paper aeroplanes or something. Yeah, there. What the fuck is that? I have no idea what that is. Wait, did I go off the map? Ah, yeah. There's the edge there. Okay. Yeah, I might need to fix that as well at some point. I feel like it's not going to do it while I've got it open. I genuinely feel like I'm going to leave this panel at some point, and at that point it'll like be like, fuck you, I'm changing that back to what I want it to be. It's like it's like these some of these tools, like they're more like fucking enemies or something. It's more like all you do is fight with them. Like they're supposed to be designed to help you and give you like ways to do things. Yeah, more often than not, it feels like they're designed to fucking wrestle with, fight against you, and fucking make your life harder. Like, how else do you explain some kind of bullshit like this where it's just constantly putting the fucking setting back to whatever it fucking wants? Fuck my life. Ugh. Anyway, the stream's turning into a bit of a rant. Because I'm just no further forward, am I? It's really annoying. It's like there were two things I set out to do, like fucking, and I'm so sick of my streams ending up like this. And it's weird. It does seem to happen more while I'm streaming and less when I sort of work on the game at night, which is strange. I don't know what that's about. Maybe I just choose to work on different things on a nighttime. I have no idea what it is. I think it is. It's because like I've got a lot more energy on a morning, so I'm like, okay, I'm gonna solve this problem, and I'm more like stubborn and persistent about it. But then it turns into like big fucking rants, and it ends up being like, I mean, how many streams have been like this where I'm like, okay, I need to fix this thing. Let's go and do this thing. And then like fucking hours later, I'm like banging my head against a fucking brick wall trying to get something to work. And it's like, why is it this difficult? Yeah, there's been far too many fucking days on this game that's been like that, and it's never my stuff. It's always somebody else's thing. But yeah, I'm frustrated because it's been hours, and I was basically trying to achieve two things which don't seem like they should be that big of a deal, really. Like, one of the things is glitchiness going on the horizon, and the other thing was way too much reflection on the water, making everything look white. And like, here I am, however many hours, 3 hours fucking later, with drills going off in my ear all day as well, on top of everything else. And I'm literally no further forward. No further forward. And so I feel like I feel like 3 hours of my life or whatever it's been have just been completely flushed down the fucking toilet because of somebody else's bullshit systems that just don't make any fucking sense. It's like, I'm using a material that you can't access and you can't use it on a new plane. No, fuck you. And no, you can't change the smoothness value because I'll just fucking change it back. Fuck you. And yeah, okay, you can shrink the ocean, but then you can't fucking see it. Fuck you. Oh, what's that? You want to extend the ocean? Oh, okay, well, fuck you. You can't use the same material that you use for the ones that's on the wave generation. And I'm just like, oh my fucking god, like, you know? It's insane. It's just insane. It's still set to 0.13. Holy fucking shit, I don't believe it. So I don't know, maybe if, well, again, I don't know how to link it though, do I? Like, again, it's like, that's why this whole thing is just, that's what annoys me the most, when it's like, okay, how do we solve this problem? Like, it shouldn't be difficult to solve, right? We want to change one value on a fucking material. And it's like, every solution I come up with, there's something blocking me in my way. It's like, okay, well, all we need to do is assign a material and then access its properties, and then we can change it in script. Oh, can't do that because apparently the material doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist. Like, magically, unlike every other material in Unity, this one just does not exist. So it's like, oh fuck, well, we can't do that then. Okay, we'll change it in the inspector. Yeah, tried that 46 times. Something keeps fucking changing it back. Okay, well, guess we've got to find out what's changing it and then stop that from fucking changing it. And if we can find that, we might be able to find the way to access it during runtime. And it's like, yeah, I can't find it anywhere. And it's just like, it's madness, because it's like, well, that's not the way it normally is. It's like, why is it like this for this? It's just madness. And it's like all logic goes out the window as well, you know what I mean? Like, why give us a smoothness value if we can't change it? Why make it a material if it's hidden and we can't access it? Like suddenly, like everything also doesn't make sense for this to be the way it is. It's like, well, I don't understand why. Why is anything set up like this? It doesn't make any sense. And like I can understand things like the colors, right? Okay, the colors are definitely being affected at runtime by, I don't know, lighting or why is the moon on why is Unistorm Moon on Gaia's lighting system? That makes no sense. Isn't it supposed to be on Celestial? Maybe that's why I haven't seen the fucking moon in a while. Half render resolution. Alright, I'm gonna leave it there anyway. I'm obviously not gonna give up because I'm a fucking stubborn piece of shit. Um, but I am genuinely running out of ideas. Like I just don't know what to do. I was just wondering if that like Gaia lighting system was maybe interfering with it, but it looks like it was turned off, kind of. Well, it said we weren't using its lighting system, so I'd assume that would be enough for it to not dick around with anything. But I don't know for sure about that. Also, that ocean's way too translucent now. To make it less translucent. I mean, the ocean has... Yeah, we still got a little bit of that horizon bullshit happening. You know what's really weird? I swear it's so strange, right? There are things in Genshin Impact, right? Because I go out of bounds a lot in Genshin Impact, or I've been out of bounds a lot. And there are some things in Genshin Impact that I see that I've seen them out of bounds, and I'm like, well, that's kind of odd. Like, why did they take the time to do that? That seems kind of strange. Let me think of some examples. Um, well, okay, like a good example would be the way my characters pull themselves. Well, my character, it doesn't work. It's not 100% perfect yet, but yeah, clearly it works because like well, it just needs tuning. But yeah, the way my character basically decides when they pull themselves up from a cliff is by using like I have like these four big ray casts that basically measure the flatness of the wall. I do all these tricks with ray casting basically where I decide how should the character rotate around the cliff surface to like line them up to the cliff surface, and then they also use that when looking for ledges to stand on, and also coming back down to the ground and yeah, pulling themselves up at the top of cliffs, right? And in working on that system, like I noticed that my character will do very similar things to what the Genshin characters do, and I'm like, well, holy fucking shit! I think this must be how they're doing it in Genshin Impact then, because like I'm getting the same kind of behavior from my character. Like a good example is where like if you get to like if the cliff or whatever starts to angle up, the characters will like just kind of follow it and they'll just kind of crawl over it. Well, my character does the same thing, and I'm like, well, that's interesting. That's probably because they're using a similar system or something like that, like similar methods, which is nuts, right? Because I didn't read that anywhere. I just kind of thought, how can we get this to work? And I just tried to think of everything that I could, and that was like the best potential solution I could come up with. And I think I accidentally stumbled upon the way that they do it, which is kind of nuts. Um, and another thing that made me think about that there, I was like, oh well, that's another weird coincidence. So as I'm swimming to the edge of the world there now, I have to avoid going off the edge of the world because my character can't swim on the ocean if there's no ground, if there's no collider underneath them. And I noticed when going out of bounds in Genshin that there are islands like this island, right, that have been generated or whatever. And then someone's gone and put like flat planes in to make sure that there's like which have colliders on them as well, because you can run across them. Um, in between the islands, and I'm like, well, that's strange. Why did they do that? That seems like I always wondered why that was the case. And then the ocean's like way above you, right? I'm like, well, why? I wonder why they did that. But then I just thought there, oh shit, I'm gonna have to do what they do in Genshin. And then I'm like, wait a minute. Are they doing this? Am I also doing that the way that they do it in Genshin? I'm like, because I wondered why they did that. Why did they bother to put a collider underneath the ocean if you can't get down there? And I'm like, well, I'm gonna have to do it because my raycast needs it so that it can figure out. It basically it's the way that I tell my swimming system that I'm actually swimming, basically, because it knows what the water height is, and from the ground height it can figure out, okay, well that's the ground, that's the sea bed, basically. That's how it figures out that you're swimming. It's like, well, the ground's beneath sea level right now, so you must be swimming, essentially. It's kind of how it works. And I'm like, well, does that mean that's also how they're doing it in Genshin then? So there's another weird accident that's like, okay, I think I accidentally copied the swimming system as well. I don't know. I don't know. It is strange. I'll be getting a fucking cease and desist from Hoyo. They'll be like, right, you've been copying our systems. I'll be like, yeah, but not on purpose. Well, kind of. Like, yeah, I did want to make a Genshin-like game. Yeah, I mean, it's not so bad. I do get frustrated. It can be tiring fighting against this stuff all the time. But it's because like when you're laser focused on a problem, right? Then I'm sat here thinking, oh my god, why is it just non-stop problems? And it's like, well, duh, because my job to make this into a game is to constantly fix problems until the whole thing works, right? So it's like, well, duh, yeah, of course I'm constantly fixing problems because that's how we make this a game. So, but I think it's easy to lose sight of like, okay, here's all the great stuff that actually works. Um, and there's quite a lot of it, and it's growing all the time. So I need to remember that because otherwise it's easy to almost feel like giving up. Like it's easy to be like, oh fuck, I can't do this. There's just too much stress. There's too many things I need to fix. Nothing works. I'll never get this to work. I'll never get that to work. Um, and that's just not true. Yeah, the ocean's way too translucent now though, so I need to fix that as well. It does feel like it's never ending. Uh, but yeah, probably true of all games, right? Like you think of your favorite game. So like my favorite game, I guess, is Genshin, if I'm being honest. And I bet if I sat down with Genshin devs, I wouldn't be able to understand the word they were saying. But if I had translators, no, but if I could sit down with Genshin devs and I was like talking about it or whatever, like I wouldn't be surprised if they were like pretty unhappy with a lot of things in Genshin and are like, oh yeah, well we really wanted to make that work better, but we ran out of time or money or whatever. Well, I don't think they ever run out of money. But well, I suppose that they still be given a budget of whatever it makes though, right? But yeah, I can imagine they'd probably be like, oh, really? You like our swimming system? Oh, we wanted to make it work so much better. We kind of had to settle for what we've got now. But there was so many things we wanted to do, but we just ran out of time. And I'd be like, are you kidding? It's fucking great. You know what I mean? I'd probably be surprised by that. I'd probably be like, nah, man, it's great. Should be happy with it. And it'd probably be the same for somebody else. Like if somebody else jumped in, if this game ever gets finished. Yeah, I can imagine me being pretty grumpy about lots of things, being like, oh, I wish my climbing system was better. I wish the swimming was a little bit better. Oh, I really wish I could have fixed this and this and this. But I think the average player probably just isn't even going to notice any of that stuff. They're just going to be like, oh wow, this is so great. I can do this and I can do that and I can do this. And they're only looking at the good stuff, right? Because they're looking at the overall experience. And you're there like, oh man, these flowers, I really wanted them to look better from behind. And no matter what I tried, I just couldn't pull it off. And they're like, that's nothing. They'd probably be like, fuck off. Look at this game, it's great. You're stressing over flowers? It's like, well, yeah, because like I don't know, because you like living in this game, right? When you're building it, so you notice everything. I mean, these weather effects are fucking amazing. I do love this Unistorm weather system. It's so good. But at the same time, you know, there are just some things that are a little bit like right now. I'm loving the fog effects, but I can't like. But I'm looking for problems, right? So as impressed as I am when I look here, and it's like, oh, look at that beautiful misty fog. It just looks so good, and it does. But then I move my camera a little bit, and I'm like, ah, oh, what is this? You know, is that the ocean? Is that the end of the land? Why is this fog? Why is that rendering different to the rest of the geometry so it stands out like a fucking sore thumb amidst all this fog? Like, so all I see is this glaringly huge fucking problem. It's like, yeah, the fog is pretty, but to me, it's ruined by this, which shatters the whole illusion. And I'm just like, ah. So as much as I want to enjoy the fog, you know, all I see is the fucking problems peering through it. And there's a similar thing with the ocean. The ocean does a similar thing with these weather effects where it just kind of ignores them. And it just kind of breaks the whole illusion. And I'm just like, oh, why is it like that? I don't know what that is. Is that the edge of the ocean or what? I have no idea what that is. Could be the edge of the world. I think it's the edge of the world. I think it's the ocean. I think the ocean goes out further than that. But if it's the edge of the world, then why? And it's under the ocean. Why is it rendering above the fog? I mean, it's not rendering above the fog, but it's very, very visible through the fog. Yeah, the fog kind of works weird at sea level as well. I do love swimming though. It's just, it's hard to get yourself out of that frame of mind though, where it's like, oh. I think here's a great analogy. Here's what I think it's like. I think it's like if your job was a fingerprint remover, right? So like your job is like to take all these trophies and antiques and whatever, right? These beautiful items. And your job is to sit there and look for little any little smudge, any little fingerprint, any little mark, and like polish it to make it look as good as you possibly can. If you did that all day long, every day, like your brain would be sort of would be like sort of hardwired to see these things everywhere you look, right? You'd be looking at everybody's antiques and everybody's ornaments and whatever else, and all you'd see is the fucking fingerprints and the scuff marks and the smudges, because that's your job, right? That's what you do. It's like your job to like try and polish those things away. I think that's what this is like for me. It's like all I see is the issues that need fixing. I conveniently ignore all the nice stuff like this. Because that doesn't need my attention, right? What needs my attention is the, you know, this scuffed texture on this bit of geometry and all the grass that needs removing off these hills, and you know, the fact that these houses have no colliders on them. Yeah, it's hard to see this from outside of that frame of mind, you know. I don't even think you can. Maybe for like, maybe if I finished this game and then didn't touch it for like 5 or 10 years and then I went back and played the game, I think then it would be like the closest you could get to like experiencing it as somebody who didn't make the game. Even then, I think a lot of that stuff would just come flooding back, and you'd just be like, "Oh shit, I remember this. I remember this floating grenade, and I tried my best. I tried for hours to make that grenade." This isn't true, by the way. I can easily fix this grenade. I was saying if this was the case, right? If you were like, "Oh man, I couldn't do anything about that grenade floating in the air like that." I spent days trying to put it back down onto that counter, and it just wouldn't. It just couldn't. You know, and like, I don't know. I think a player would probably just like, you know, oh, that's weird. That grenade's floating a bit. So let's trade with the shop. You know, that's about as much attention as they give it. Let's trade with the shopkeeper, shall we? It's a curse. It's probably a curse. It's raining in real life right now. I don't like ending it. I don't like ending it like this either. I don't like ending it unresolved, but sometimes you have to. Sometimes you just have to walk away. It feels a bit like your dog took a poo on the carpet and you're just gonna go on holiday for 2 weeks and you'll deal with it when you get back. It's like, no, I really need to deal with this now. Alright, I'm leaving it there and I will catch you in the next one.